that our agency as a whole, we have less than 5% administrative. So all the money coming into our budget, which has grown, where the executive is at about an $800 million request for our budget for 25. Only 5% of that is being used to administer the programs. So just to know that the dollars that we're getting are going right out to community and making sure that the more we can have those conversations and those consultations, the better we'll be able to serve.
Okay. So, speaker, this is Roy Tracy. We just want to give them time to do some stuff.
That's a long walk. I've been all over the place. Anyway, we have a board meeting and another meeting. But, ja, czyli człowiek powiedział, chyba, bo jeszcze, no, jeszcze distribution will work for the Department of Education, program manager, statistician, and I'm also the delegated assistant superintendent. Good morning.
So we have Delegate Claude, and so she's been very vital in the conversation and part of Office of the Net Youth for many years. How many?
Yeah. For 26 years.
26 years with our Office of the Net Youth.
So,
wonderful.
Chanel, I wanted to ask a question since you brought up the NAU.
Yep.
Well, I just want to say thank you for that information. And I know that, Crown Point Dene Youth did get some funding for capital outlay. Unfortunately, they did fall short, but they do provide program and services for, kids that are 5 years old, all the way up to college students. So is there any room for opportunity where they could apply for some state funds to, purchase maybe curriculum for parenting classes? And then also, maybe some of the motor coordination skills types of like little sets where the kids could do activities, since they do have that large facility. It's equipped to do like baking and different classes for cooking. It has an auditorium, it has a gymnasium, it has a stage. And so I really think that they have a really ideal place where we could promote the Head Start. And I know that, I think Crown Point does have a Head Start too.
Yeah.
And we don't want it to be competitive, but complementary to one another. And I know that Shiprock also has a multi-facility use building too, and they provide services too as well to students that are 5 years old and under. So, those are just some of the things that I think we could grow the programs,
Absolutely.
foster positive relationships between families. And I'm really glad that we're having this discussion here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Secretary, did you have any response to that or just?
I mean, I think it is what the Assistant Secretary said, you know, sitting down and if those are priorities, working it out, and then how that's fitting in with the overall Head Start grant that we're working on. And is there, if there's an opportunity within the grant, if, for instance, enrollment isn't where it is, we want to move some of those funds to do something else, like we can have those conversations. Because I think you're right, that has been a big conversation that's come up in consultations, is more need for culturally relevant parent education, parent engagement, parent leadership opportunities across tribal communities, across all communities, actually. But so yes, that is great. And I think, I don't know if you have any thoughts on.
I mean, we can always look at how, you know, through the Head Start program, I don't know if there's space there for them, but what we can do, we can help coordinate or support the facilitation of family engagement activities. If the, you know, and I think that would be a great thing to tie in the Head Start with the pre-K, because they are the blended enrollment.
Yeah.
And it's the perfect opportunity to just really try to bring that together and bring the families in and, you know, just really take advantage of the opportunity.
I love the cooking.
Mhm.
The cooking classes are always fun, the
Right.
kids and
I
parents.
love it, like that Montessori, that are
Yeah,
doing the
exactly.
little things.
Like your blue format.
Oh,
Yeah,
all kinds of
mixing it.
traditional
Yeah.
foods.
exactly.
I have another question regarding to meeting, you did state the importance of the under enrollment issues.
Yeah.
Is there some type of technical assistance that your department could do to help, you know, with our Head Start? There's that collaboration of how we can try to get get that out there. But I know one hindrance that we have is, like I said, with the facilities.
Right.
And so that, I know that was one of the biggest factors that we have of low enrollment on Navajo
Yeah.
is just at least having those resources or that communication with parents. And I don't know if that was some type of resource or technical assistant that you could provide in some type of mechanism to increase enrollment.
Yes, I believe so, and I think we'd want to hear from the, Mr. Tracy, you may have ideas or thoughts about what the barriers are to reaching closer to full enrollment. Is it staff? Is it buildings? Oh, parent engagement, parents.
Right.
But then, we can,
And something before, because we're familiar with a lot of the challenges at Head Start, and then we'll get a briefing for the delegates, but in that time, at one point, we were under the assumption that federal Head Start would not allow that funding for capital outlay. So that's why you see that long period of really no investment into the facilities. And so I've actually toured the Crown Point site. It's wonderful how they're building up their curriculum and language immersion. But then you look at the facility and you're like, this is not a facility that our children should have to endure and no matter like thrive in. So,
right,
Mr. Tracy, if you could help us with enrollment, because I did have a question. I know our numbers are always critical at the federal level. And then at one point, we have childcare also on our nation. And so are they part of that dual enrollment? Just help me understand that question, but we'll defer to Mr. Tracy before we get too much into the weeds of the things. Is that Delegate Arvizo?
Yes.
She has, when you're able to, please join us at the table. Thank you.
Secretary,
I
Assistant
had to catch my
Secretary,
breath after those stairs, so. I don't know. Fly the stairs was-
Secretary, Assistant Secretary, Mexico ECD staff, delegates, honorable speaker, guests, Navajo Head Start. We have done, or annually, we do community assessments. Part of the program spending. From that, we look at our self-assessment. That is, what do we improve? So we have a 5-year grant program. We're in our 3rd year now. So each year we have to do this assessment and we adjust in the self-assessment what we need to carry out. Target and such. And so over the past few years, 2 years, I've had staff look at the facilities. We looked at statistics. We went out and visually looked at facilities. And we are dealing with 40 to 60-year-old Head Start facilities. They're at the end of their life cycle. Dilapidating. And so and then we did a cost ratio analysis. And we're spending millions of dollars on repair, Band-Aid, as we commonly say. And so with that, we said that we can't do that anymore. We're facing low enrollment. The pandemic reset a lot of communities. My job coming into Head Start was to bring everybody back into work. Nobody wanted to come to work. But we did it within 6 months. And then we started doing the SOPs. We kind of did a little inside maintenance. But the facilities just kept going and going. And so the reality is over 85 facilities we have across Navajo Nation. We have about 36 in New Mexico or so. We have 79 that actually belong to Head Start. When I say belong, they only belong in the classroom setting environment. Head Start, want everybody to understand this. Head Start does not own buildings. Okay. That provision went out prior to 2006. And so because we don't own facilities, we have an internal process that's challenging with facilities maintenance or the chapters. The chapters own the facilities. And so in my tenure, I've asked, now I'm asking, chapters, you have to invest in your children. You have to bring something to the table. And I use 1302, the partnership.
Yeah.
Standard. The community has to invest something. Bring a facility, we will bring $154,000 to $235,000 program into your community. That's staffing, that's annual operations, electricity, water, security, such. And so we get resistance on both ends.
Resistance from the chapters?
From the chapters and from facility maintenance. And of course, you know, it's not a choice that they have. It's dealing with an overload of facilities on the nation that are limited. Very few facilities on the nation. And so with that, chapters, some chapters are very supportive. We have these partnership agreements with them. And some chapters are 100%. Some are, nope, you have millions of dollars, head start, you pay for it. So we understand the concept. Maybe that was from back in the 80s, 90s and such. And so we try to educate them. We target ARPA funds. We targeted, you know, the $8 million that went to each delegate or so, I know there's community needs, infrastructure, but at the same time, you know, there's this need for Head Start
So
facilities.
Sheriff, you have a listing right now, because we mentioned the Thrive report.
Right.
So will the Thrive report give us, legislature's information that we need to
Yeah,
support the
we have an
facility?
assessment, so we can share that.
Okay.
Okay.
That could
and
be
so-
something we can do.
Yeah.
So that's the reality of the situation. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this and everything. But our challenge at the federal level is we've asked congressional representatives through the Office of Head Start, ACF and HHS, that we need facilities. And so we went out and started branching out, trying to work with CCDF too.
Yep.
On the Navajo Nation to partner, but there's still some issues there. I've been to the state, both Arizona, New Mexico, Utah. I've asked county Head Start, state Head Starts, can we partner? We're spending millions of dollars at school districts too, because we rent that space.
Yeah.
And really, for a $22.3 million program, we're spending a lot of money. And, you know, we have issues with staff. Certification, CDAs, you know, bachelors, masters and things like that. And so the reality is, here's the bottom line. No facilities, no enrollment. Period.
Is that what we're seeing?
That's what we're saying.
There's no facilities in.
No facilities, because they're closed, right? They close, OEH is on a constant shutdown. And so we Band-Aid them and then we open it up again and then parents get upset. So the reality for us is trying to work and see how can we partnership, and capital outlay was one area we talked to the Assistant Secretary about, is how can we access funds in these respective communities with capital improvement projects and such. There's other sources that I found, including things like the trust fund and all these other areas. And I think that's a good remedy for New Mexico. But as we know, it's going to take a while, right? We did some assessments, and the average Head Start ground up bill, which is probably needed, I would say it is needed, is going to run average $5 million, Standing Rock chapter. That's a good example. Real class A Head Start center versus Denohozo, a little trailer that's dilapidated, falling apart. And so those are some of the challenges that we're looking at. So we're trying to really maximize what we have, who's our partners, and make something happen. So I have a couple meetings set up with Arizona as well too. So that's coming up probably in the next month or so. the same thing, same dialogue.
Right.
How do we have access on that side with those facilities? So, in in a roundabout way, no facilities, no enrollment. That includes the staff, right, in these communities. And we have to move staff out of their region into a new region, and that doesn't fly very well. So, those, in a quick summary, that's the main point. So, we have reports and we can share those as well too.
Secretary, yes, I know that we're starting the discussion,
Yeah.
so we're not making any
No,
commitments here, but help us understand
Yeah.
in the work you're looking at on your end,
yeah,
and then how we can bridge, because what I'm thinking is we'll recommend from this live report, what is the need? I think it's more than 800,000 if we're talking about new facilities at
yes,
millions.
and that was just to do the assessment.
Okay.
The 800,000 was to actually complete the assessments to see what would actually be needed. And just, one thought, and I know because it is hard and you're working with 3 states, the federal government and the nation, infrastructure. You know, we have very good relationships with, like, as you do too, with the Biden administration. Our current director of policy just came as the CCDF administrator for Arizona. So if it makes sense for us to have like a full sit down with all the relevant partners after, you know, the analysis is given to the council and the president understands it, and just make a plan together, because it seems like there are a lot of layers and complexities, the chapter houses and the nation. And so I would just offer that as a way for us maybe to at least get our arms around what a strategy could look like, and what the state of New Mexico needs to do and can do, what the state of Arizona. It's just a thought, because we will definitely take this back, and we have the data too on the 26 sites. And so we want to be in partnership with the TA, and, you know, if there aren't facilities there, you know, we have to talk about like what's happening, but, you know, you're mentioning a few sites, and you've got some places where you're 100% enrolled and children are doing well. So what can we learn from those places? Are modulars an option in the short term? They're not as expensive, they're not as long lasting, but is there a way to get the children to these, you know, high quality settings, getting the opportunities? So I think that's where we want to be partners. And like you say, I mean, the childcare and the Head Start thing, we would love to help broker those, the CCDF, because we visited the Navajo, the Crown Point site where we saw the childcare center at NTU, and we saw we didn't go into the childcare center that was CCDF, but we were thinking similar, like, how do we come together so that children and families can get this comprehensive support, and not let these artificial federal barriers and funding streams get in the way of families and children getting what they need. So I think there's a ton of opportunity. You know, Governor Lujan Grisham has talked about this, like, we've got to bring the federal partners to the table with us, with our sovereign nations and the state, because sometimes they're creating barriers that are limiting our ability to serve families and children.
Appreciate it. I wanted just to pause, Delegate Arvizo, can you introduce yourself? I'm sorry, what?
Sure.
I know you're like.
I was munching down on my burrito. Good morning, everyone. I think these folks back here all know who I am. These ones up here, for you guys that don't know me, I'm a Delegate Arvizo. Since the Codning Snippetani was being Hachini, that's it, Che Kodipini, doesn't. I represent Young Patrol, Church Rock, Pinedale, Mariana Lake, Smith Lake, and Theroux. And that's who I am. It's nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
And he's our caucus whip. Say, we gotta watch out when he comes in the room. They'll sit up straight. Secretary,
I just wanted a clarification. So Roy, these New Mexico facilities, are you saying that you already have an assessment for them?
We have the internal assessment that we've come to, and then we also have an RFP out with that we're waiting for. I think there's a bid.
Okay.
As a matter of fact,
Okay.
and that's for Navajo nationwide, for all 79 or 85 facilities. Those 6-7 extra facilities from the 79 are CCDF sites.
Okay.
And so And we're trying to get back into that too. So we've had meetings with, Division Director, Mr. Cody and, the staff. So,
Yeah.
just for your information, I've been at the National, AIAN Head Start Conference in Washington DC. We've met with ACF, HHS officials there.
Awesome.
And so they're thinking about putting money into facility for Head Start.
Oh, good.
So that's probably gonna require, our legislative body to campaign that. And also our senators and state reps and such in those areas. And of course, we would love your support letters from the state as well too.
Absolutely.
We also, are looking at, different outsources of funds and other educational programs, you know, things like the digital divide, has money for infrastructure. We're looking at philanthropy work. We're trying to see how, Bill Gates, Robert Redford, those kinds of people, what can we do aside? And try to build the Nan language culture as the backbone of any facility's existence and then curriculum that the students follow. So that's really sort of like a campaign that we've built and we're slowly constructing. So, just.
let us know on the legislative side, how are you keeping informed the legislative side, or is that something through speakership we need to strengthen?
Through the legislative side, we've given, reports to HESI.
Okay.
And then we also do the annual or monthly, president's report and quarterly reports. And so those move up. Any assessment that we do, we send up the change. And so, that's one thing that gets there. I know HESI in some cases will address specific Head Start issues, and they are addressing issues for their respective areas. And so they've been given these reports as well. So we have an updated report, so we'll be releasing that, I think within the next week or so, or 2 weeks, actually.
Chanel, do you have any more questions? I have a few more.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. At the beginning of the conversation, we talked about, Vice President Montoya's on the advisory, so she's properly briefed on, Mr. Tracy on, do you feel like when she's advocating at the advisory thing, she's getting the information that she needs and we're hearing so that the secretary, they know where Navajo Nation is moving forward?
Repeat that again.
Vice President Montoya is on their tribal advisory.
Right, we understand.
Is she being briefed by your office so that she can echo what your office is working on? So that we can let the assistant secretary and then the state program know where we're at, because that's how you build communication, right?
Yes.
We have all these silos, and
Yeah.
so now we're just saying these are the intersections. And so I hear you when you're saying we're giving the monthly reports and we're giving this, but then to make sure that leadership hears it, we need to know if that's being conveyed at these local or these advisory sessions, because it doesn't make sense to have these internal discussions if then our state partners who created this space for the advisory. If you don't know, that's okay, but that's something we could follow up with
Yeah.
Vice President on and just make sure that that information is being conveyed. Because what we also can do is, and maybe, this could be a suggestion, is we could not give a lengthy, but maybe like a briefing, yeah, so that you have an idea where we're at.
Exactly.
And we could do that as the council too. So that's something that we heard yesterday from our council as a governing body. So we'll work through the oversight and then we have a council of the whole. And then we'll make recommendations. So I think that could be, what's the Navajo Nation position for Head Start? And it could be the federal, the 3 states, and then the Navajo Nation. So we're all on board,
Yeah.
how we're gonna move forward.
Right.
You know?
Mhm.
Okay. So no matter what committee we're on, we know, because we're not gonna be hearing reports from PES,
Yeah.
but we wanna know and we wanna support.
Okay, in that case, this carried over from the previous administration, I believe. The vice president or the first lady took on these measures. Here's my honest opinion, okay?
Well, don't be too
There's-
honest,
there-
because we
there-
have a secretary here, so.
We have,
We can be
here's,
honest, that's wonderful.
here's a new dialogue I've asked, the directors within Head Start and support staff managers. And I've asked this across the Board of Education, SE, is please, when you have educational dialogues, include 0 to 5.
Yeah.
Do not treat it as a childcare center, as an early Head Start. Don't think in that capacity. Think 0 or P, prenatal, to 20, or P to life, as we say in some states, right? So that's been a lot of the dialogue. That's what I've noticed with the two administrations is, I think, Montoya, we have met with, and we tried to close that gap.
Okay.
But I believe our directors have a direct line when they're called upon. But we need to be more active, I would say, to update that and secure a line of communication
Yes.
through the partners to say, hey, this is what we need to do. So, that's.
And I think that's what the state of New Mexico did when they created our department. They realized the same thing. Of how do we better organize and coordinate
Right.
our prenatal to 5,
Right.
so that they can then connect into that larger education system and the health system. But, you know, I think you're right that that was in New Mexico too. Those conversations were marginalized or on the side or in different departments and different agencies and bureaus. And so it made it harder to have a coherent discussion about the needs of families prenatal to 5.
I just want to ask Mr. Wasteta, you're here with, Division of Community Development, and so I think this intersection is the Navajo Nation 5-year master plan for capital outlay. And so we'll have to come together and say, where do we put Head Start facilities in this conversation? And where do we put senior centers in this conversation? Because we know locally, maybe chapters have disassociated from those buildings, and so we'll need to advocate for them. So let's consider that, because for Navajo Nation law, we have to have a 5-year plan. So that's why we want to bring in the conversation. And usually we like it to be driven by local governance. But if the local governance doesn't recognize Head Start or
It's not a priority.
or if it's not a priority, then we could have its own list
Right.
because we agree in the community investment.
Yeah.
Because we're telling our federal partners, this is where we stand. And for Navajo holistic thinking, it's way before birth, right?
Yeah.
It's how am I impacted?
Right.
How is the father impacted? And then when we create this life, how is that life impacted? So it's very in tune to how we think and look at the world. So we just want our system to reflect that. So I appreciate that, Secretary and Assistant. Did you have some more? Go ahead, Mr. Tracy, you have.
The
you have the floor.
jackpot, the jackpot we're looking at, and I think I may have shared this with the Assistant Secretary of Study. And I have shared it with OHS, ACF and HHS, is $395 million to replace 79 Head Start centers at $5 million bill. Okay, keep in mind that early Head Start centers must have more sophisticated equipment and a more sophisticated setup, a little bit more expensive and more highly trained staff as well too. So that's who we're talking about, just FYI, wondering what that number is.
And I know that we speak, Mr. Tracy, to the Navajo Nation, but for the benefit of the Secretary and Assistant Secretary, we'll also have to tease out the New Mexico side, because we don't want to convolute, that's a large number,
Yeah.
but we have,
Your centers. 36.
and then look
36.
at what are we talking about here, and then bringing on board the social services, right? So like 180 million.
180.
And then we'll talk with social services on those early childhood. So let me ask you, is it just Head Start and how you're funding? Or because now we're doing this dual enrollment, how does Navajo Nation Child Care play a part in this? Or are they a part in this current programming?
So I think we're really trying to reach out to childcare. We realize that there's a big need for that. At present, we haven't had any childcare providers apply for New Mexico pre-K funding, but that is an opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. You can be a home care provider and be a New Mexico pre-K provider.
Oh, okay.
Childcare.
Yes, yes, so that might be something that we may want to look at.
Because we have the walk-in beauty, and that's some other programming that will, I know we have Director Russell here. So Director Russell, what we'll need from you is under Department of Health, if you have any of those early intervention programs, you'll need to be part of the discussion, and then we'll reach out to Director Cody just to get an idea, because we do have IHS who does like injury prevention work.
Yes.
And so we'll make sure too that we're all kind of coordinating at all these different levels. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I just
Secretary.
want to say home visiting is also something that we're working with the birthing hospitals across the state, and we're just bringing on contract, Dr. Gail Dene Chacon, who's going to work with us part-time to help us it's called Family Connects.
Mhm.
So as soon as that they're in the hospital and the baby's born, there's a nurse coming and just talking to them. In a couple weeks, they get a visit, one more brief, just 2 or 3 visits, but it really helps close that gap. And then ideally, if that family needs more childcare, early intervention, that nurse helps connect them to a broader set of community services. So Dr. Jimmy Chacon is going to help us as our medical director, kind of help build that out, and she'll be joining us soon under contract. But I would like to just plug home visiting and the family childcare.
Yes.
As one
So
assistant
Dr.
secretary.
Chacon Navajo?
Dene Chacon, yes.
Oh, wonderful that she's
Yeah.
working and partnering with you. I'm
Yes, we
glad.
are so happy. It's taken
Yeah.
us quite a bit to
Yes.
get the contract because of malpractice insurance and such, but we've secured it. We've
Well.
secured, and we are thrilled. We were
Wonderful.
so thrilled to have her. And when the assistant secretary went out to community,
Mm.
to the chapter houses, it was actually Representative Garcia who pushed us and said, you've got to get out there. Our communities do not know about you.
Right,
And he was in fact right. And that made us sad
right.
and hopeful that we now have made that connection. Because families were saying, we do need help. We want to set up in-home childcare. We want to get paid for caring for children,
Yeah.
that they want to do it anyway, but they should be paid.
Yes.
This is very valuable work, that people are providing for our young children. So I think there is a lot of opportunity for us to have more deep dialogue across childcare, home visiting, Head Start, in the Navajo Nation.
Assistant Secretary, and then we do have Delegate Dr. Andy Nez who wants to ask a question, but
Yeah.
you have the floor.
I was just wanting to say, Representative Anthony Allison out in Shiprock
Yeah.
invited us out to do a presentation at his town hall. And what I'm finding when I'm out there is just that they don't know enough about our department.
Mm.
So, just an open invite, if you'd like us to come to the council meeting to do that education, we're open to that.
I think it's, right.
We have these agency meetings, so if you ever
Yeah.
go to like Eastern Agency.
I've done an Eastern agency.
And then
Yeah.
I represent a Northern, we have all 3 states represented, but we could do
Yes.
by caucus.
Yes,
Yes, thank you. So Dr. Andy Nez, you have the floor, she asked.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chima Aro, everyone who's present there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, so I thank you for the presentation. I was listening to the presentation as well as the discussions thereafter. So 2 things that I want to just bring up here as we're talking about early childhood and other potential opportunities. I know Mr. Tracy arrived there shortly after the presentation, but Mr. Tracy, FYI, the HES committee will be making a request to you to present before us. It may be as early as Monday, so just want to put that on your radar. And then one of the questions I have is that growing list of facilities. I know that many of our Head Start facilities have been passing IOUSAs, basically agreements with chapters. And I don't know if Head Start has been tracking that information from Navajo on precisely what those facility needs are and how we can work with New Mexico to also look at that collectively. And the other thing, yesterday we did have a HES meeting and we had the Division of Social Services that were on there, and they have their early childhood program within their division. And one of their amendments to the plan of operation was to no longer do income base for parents who will be utilizing centers for their children. And it'll be just open, and the only eligibility with that, they would have to be Diné. And so one of the questions I posed during that meeting yesterday was, this is going to only increase the need for our students and our children to be in these facilities when there's already difficulties finding and opening and reopening facilities, current facilities. So I don't know if the state as well as Head Start is tracking that because one of the Window sites is having that challenge with the Window Unified School District. So that tracking, I don't know if New Mexico is also tracking that information because I know with Head Start it was enrollment based and that's how some of those figures and funding are drawn down. But I think just tracking that information and at some point collaborating with other agents that we're not competing with one another because at the end of the day, it's really to provide that space as well as education for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there any feedback from those or just when you present to the oversight, Dr. Andy Nez on the oversight, he's part of this caucus.
Okay.
Unfortunately, just with conflict, he was able to call in, but we'll rely on Dr. Andy Nez and Delegate George Toll to help guide us in this conversation. It's really then building up and utilizing your advisory council and our position there. And that's the way we could open up conversation. So we'll defer to the two delegates and how we move forward with. We appreciate the presentation,
Thank you.
all of the support. I'm sorry. Assistant
One more
Secretary.
question. We always ask this in consultation. Who is the best person to disseminate information, funnel information through that will be sure to disseminate to both executive and judicial branch, legislative branch state?
We're looking at you, Secretary.
Okay, that again.
Who would be the best person? I mean, we're in contact with Head Start, but as a nation, who would be that person?
Okay, so, we have Salatsa Jim
Okay.
Martin with the Speaker's Office.
Okay,
And then in coordination, because Navajo Nation is a bit different, right? And then we have the Office of the President. We've identified, Deputy Chief of Staff Chris Beecher is now supporting. And, what we can do is because how Department of Education is set up, it's another unique factor in working with the nation. But we'll make sure that then there's a coordinated effort. And of course, since Vice President Montoya is on the team, we'll make sure her staff
okay.
are part of that discussion. And so we'll work with Dr. Andy Nez and how they envision, from your report at HEST, they'll give us some more direction, but I would identify those as the key players. Did I miss anyone? No, okay.
And HES stands
Oh,
for?
I'm sorry, Health, Education, Human Service.
Okay,
And that's one of the 5 committees we have on Navajo Nation.
okay, great.
So, and we're a caucus here, so we're
Gotcha.
just here.
Good. So that's helpful. It's been really a pleasure to learn more and to be with you.
Wonderful, and I love your scarf. That was a
Thank
good
you.
choice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wore it when I testified at Congress.
Yeah.
Navajo spirit to the
Mhm.
Yes,
DC.
right there in Gallup.
Exactly. It's such beautiful-
Veronica, or no, Virginia
Ballinger.
Ballinger, there you go. Awesome. I believe she's a chapter official too.
Not anymore.
Not anymore? Oh.
I'm gonna take my cards here. But- Such a pleasure to meet you.
I am the Cabinet Secretary Designate for the Indian Affairs Department. Thank you all for giving us a couple of minutes, and I'm so sorry that we have to get running. We have to get back to our, and then we've got meetings for the rest of the day. But I'm looking forward to seeing many of you tomorrow morning at Indian Day downstairs. I hope you're there, and feel free to reach out to me. I'll quickly let my team introduce themselves. I'm sure you know one very well. So we'll start with Deputy Damon, and then we have another deputy as well. We can start with Deputy Frederick.
Good morning, everybody. I am Janelle Frederick, Deputy Secretary for Indian Affairs. So nice to meet everyone. I look forward to working with everyone as well. I am from Coach Pueblo, and I'm happy to be serving with the designate and the other deputy.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Honorable Claw. Good morning, Honorable Vice Chair. I don't know if you're chair yet of Eastern Navajo Land Commission, but good morning, Vice Chair. Good morning to the team members. Priscilla, Reed. Good morning. Yeah, hey. Good morning to the team members. This is all the staff, secretary. These are the ones that make my colleagues, my former colleagues look really good on Navajo, I would say. And good morning to you. Yeah, it's good seeing you all. My name's Seth Damon, currently in a different capacity role here today, and I have my leadership here. And my colleague, Deputy Secretary Frederick, my name's Seth Damon for the record, and I'm currently in Deputy Secretary of Indian Affairs. So it's good to see you again, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for giving me the time to speak this morning. I'm Juan Fernandez, desde touching you, actually, and said in the additional chat.
Oh, okay, thank you. So Speaker, what we need is time to speak with you, Secretary. So, Navajo Nation, large population, large place and space. We have critical legislations that are on the agenda for our state. And so one thing in particular is House Bill 134 and our concerns with the trust fund and the distribution plan. As we're talking with, our other secretaries, of course, it's terms of communication and collaboration. So help us understand how your team is going to be at the table when we have these discussions. Since it sounds like they'll need to be briefed on how to work with Navajo Nation. And so since we're limited in time, I just want to defer Delegate Arvizo. Did you want to introduce yourself to the secretary and her team?
Sure. Good morning. We've met before. That I know I've met her. I know him. But I'm Stephen Arvizo. I'm Delegate Arvizo. I'm since Academy. My little brother there. We have the same clans, Cincinnati, I represent Church Rock, Pinedale, Brianna Lake, Smith Lake, and Peru. That's who I am. Good morning. It's nice to meet you again.
Chanela Delegate Paul.
Good morning. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I'm the delegate for Chinle, Arizona. I do have half of New Mexico inside of me because my mother is originally from Shiprock, New Mexico. So I'm very glad to be here. This is my first time here at the state capitol. I am one of the new incoming delegates. And so last year I didn't get the opportunity to be here, but I wanted to be here today. And my clans are Huathana. So Mr. Damon is Celestial. I'll make him younger than me, so he'll listen. And then I am born for Bitterwater, and then my paternal grandparents are Red Running Into the Water people, and then also Towering House people. But good morning to everyone.
Good morning. Thank you both secretaries for being here with us this morning. My name is Crystal and Curly. I'm Sanjikin in the Shlin, Bohead Lini A Bashichin, Kiaani Dashiche, Bill, Kiaani A Dashanella, Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So it's really good to see our other speaker on the other side of the table. And Deputy, it's nice to meet you as well. I don't think I had the honors of meeting you. Secretary, I know we had small conversations before, but before you did receive a notebook. It does have the nation's priorities of the Navajo Nation. So there's different subject areas, includes the resolutions, different subject areas that we want to highlight in this legislative session, and also having that collaboration with your department and aligning those goals that we can try to help out back our constituents back on that nomination side. So any information you need is all in here, any type of technical questions. And we have our team here of our staff, and there's contact information. So all the resolutions are current. Later on this afternoon, we'll have the finalized certified copy of the bill that was pertaining to what Chair Crotty had mentioned, House Bill 134, and then we can forward that to your office as well. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. So Kia ani neshla do like people bushes team, best chini best chedo, Irish people best another say Amber Kenneth Balcrati and they said toll hot soy that not shops. I come from Sheep Springs on the eastern side of the Chushkai Mountain. So that's northwest New Mexico for your area. So Secretary, we have this, but in your limited time, I'd like to set up, what time today can we meet with you? Because we're here today to meet on New Mexico matters, and it's very important that we have a conversation to engage on some of the challenges we've seen on Navajo Nation, but there's also opportunities. And so I think it's important while we're here with this delegation to be able to meet with you and your team. We understand the busyness of your schedule, but it's also been historic that Indian Affairs does carve out time for Navajo Nation so that we could have these discussions.
I actually have time. I've got time probably around 12:15 to about 12:50.
Okay.
Today.
So we'll staff, if you could help me, we'll schedule that time. We'll be in this room and we'd love to host you and your team here.
Okay.
And just let us know from this booklet, so that gives you enough time to review it. If there's any questions or concerns or opportunities you think we need to discuss prior to them, our staff can work with your team there, and she has my cell phone number. And so I think we've made the commitment to be here in Santa Fe today, so we appreciate you coming back.
Madam Chair, if I could.
And we'll have lunch. We'll have lunch together.
Yeah. That's great. If I could, the one thing that would be helpful if you get a chance, is really if you can help us focus on 3 to 5 of the top priorities.
Absolutely.
So that I know what those top 3 to 5 priorities are overall. That will help me.
Appreciate it. We'll have that for you at 12:15.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I have to rush in and out, but I will see you guys in a couple of hours.
Yes, appreciate it. Be well. And if you need to take any coffee or snacks with you, please take a burrito, put it in your purse. You never know. All right. They could be ear warmers if you go outside. We'll always feed you well. So keep coming back.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you so much.
And both of you deputies, it's wonderful to see you.
Thank you.
Like, give Secretary enough time to review our booklet, so it's great.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen this before.
And we'll have the legislation we passed at council yesterday on House Bill.
This
One,
afternoon, later this afternoon.
this afternoon.
34.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be well, we'll see you soon. Done. Do we need Rocky music or we're good? Secretary?
How are you all doing? Good morning.
We're doing great.
Thank you. It was perfect to catch your introduction, so we don't have to keep doing that
Oh, yeah.
every time someone comes in. Good morning. My name is Ricky Serna and I'm the Secretary of the Department of Transportation. I started a year ago in July. So it's a pleasure to be here. If I had talked to you last year, I would have known a third of what I know now, so it wouldn't have been as informative. But even more important than what I learned over this past several months with the DOT is the work that I've done and the interactions that I've had with Navajo Nation to this point. And certainly the discussions that I've had with a number of legislators, you know, Senator Pinto, Representative Ellison, and others who are very vested in making sure that we start to cross lines here between what we're doing with counties in the northwestern part of the state, what we're doing with Navajo Nation,
and of course, what we're doing, at the New Mexico Department of Transportation. And so, very, very quickly, I want to, start off by talking a little bit about our priorities, because I think we share in the sense of urgency for additional funding for roadway infrastructure. And as you meet with lawmakers over the next couple of days, to the extent that you all can discuss, the value, the importance of roadway infrastructure, we really appreciate that. Because certainly if you take a look at our governor's executive recommendation for DOT roadway infrastructure, you see that clearly it's important to her. Over the past few years, legislators have provided us with the sum of $1.7 billion in one-time general fund money for roadway infrastructure. And that includes a number of things, from equipment to beautification projects, wildlife corridors, investments in aviation infrastructure, you name it. The lion's share of that, though, going to roadway construction. And since 2019, we've spent or encumbered about 1.2 billion of that money. And so at any given time, we have about $1 billion in active projects across the state of New Mexico. And so we have a demonstrated capacity to spend about $110 million a month, and that's significant. But certainly, we come here every year asking for more. We have a $1 billion gap in what's necessary for us just to maintain our existing roadway infrastructure. That's just general maintenance, and that doesn't include what we need to essentially address capacity issues. And I'll give you a perfect example that, runs right across, the state of New Mexico, like I-40, for example, right? That project alone, for example, to move it from the 2 lanes it is now to a robust 2-lane interstate, not 6 lanes, but robust 2 lanes going in both directions. In either direction, $3 billion. And so the gap that we need just to do major roadway construction is even larger than what we need for general maintenance. So we're certainly not shy about asking for more resources, but we know that we have limited capacity, just like any organization. And so this legislative session, the governor provided $200 million plus in her executive recommendation for New Mexico Department of Transportation. And as you all know, we function out of 6 transportation districts across the state. The bulk of the Navajo Nation in the state of New Mexico is picked up in District 6. And Lisa Vega, our district engineer over there, I think, does a phenomenal job trying to ensure that where partnership is necessary, it makes most sense that's occurring. And so what we're really looking for right now is the resources to address major infrastructure projects in each of our transportation districts. In District 6, that's work, of course, on the I-40 corridor. We have a number of bridges there that need to be worked on. But outside of district, we do a lot of maintenance projects that we believe intersect specifically with the Navajo Nation and in partnership with McKinley County in particular. And that focus has been predominantly on bridges. Several years ago, a reported study was released that really drew a lot of attention to bridge infrastructure on the Navajo Nation, in particular in McKinley County. And in just the past couple of years, we spent nearly $4 million with McKinley County to go to work on designing those bridges to ensure that they're ready to rumble when a grant opportunity presents itself to get federal funding for those bridges. One of the other priority projects that we've been working on as relates to bridges has been with Council Delegate Newton on the Shiprock Bridge and working with the council delegate to fundamentally get that bridge on the Navajo Nation infrastructure list so that we can get it qualified for funding. We're also working on interchanges with the Navajo Nation, and I believe later on this afternoon at 2, I'll be meeting to talk a little bit more specifically about that, where we want to kind of split the difference in a project gap on the intersection where I can't remember what the intersection points are, but we have where the new gaming facility has gone up on the Navajo Nation. That's it. And we're trying to split the difference there on the gap in that project, and we're hopeful to hear from you all whether or not that's going to be something we can do. I'll kind of close by saying, and then of course open myself up to questions, by saying that one of the things that we hope to establish with you all is a relationship that allows us to move quickly when you all need some work and some resources from us, and when we need partnership and resources from you all. And I want to give you a perfect example. You all are familiar with Hogback, right? the rock slides that are occurring there, okay, are very troublesome to us and a lot of local leaders. And yeah, we turned, the rock there turned a car into a taco about 8-10 months ago, and we were so fortunate the driver wasn't hurt in that incident. But one of the things that we've needed that's been outstanding for a while is essentially right-of-way access on Navajo Nation property to get contractors out on that cliff to ensure that the study that we do isn't just comprehensive on NMDOT and state right-of-way, but on the entire corridor, including what's on Navajo Nation property. So the other real pressing issue, and Representative Allison has introduced legislation on it, has been with right-of-way Navajo Nation for cattle guard crossings. And this is big for us. And I think the reason why we share the sense of urgency on it is obviously your residents are impacted by the animals who get on the roads. And once they're on the roads, the liability ours if somebody hits them. But we have state law now that prohibits us from going in and cleaning those cattle guards because legally the responsibility of whoever permitted the driveway off of the NMDOT right of way. And so we have to come to center on the fact that we're not gonna use that as an excuse for why it doesn't get done. We're not gonna let people get hurt because there's some statute that says, well, it's not our job. But we need to come to center on how we share the resources to get that done. The cattle guards are essentially filling to a level that allow the cattle to cross and enter into the roadway. And if they get hit, then certainly NMDOT is liable for that. And so what we want to do is work with you on where the Navajo Nation could perhaps be the conduit to getting resources on those permitted driveways to get those cattle guards clean. And I know the counties are vested in trying to help there as well too. So there's a lot. I've met with the former director at least a couple of times, including driving out to Navajo Nation DOT in New Mexico. We're vested in helping, you know, to whatever extent possible, from here are millings for your roadways to we're willing to send our research team out to do some soil samples research and testing to see what kind of material we can lay down on the clay dirt that we have out there so that we can keep those roads intact for your residents, and whatever else comes our way. If we can all just be nimble enough to say, all right, this is what we need to get these things done, let's work together to get them done. But I appreciate your time, and I certainly look forward to diving deeper this afternoon when I meet specifically with DOT officials that knew about it. But I look forward to, you know, however I can be a resource.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Secretary Serna. So I just, you didn't really tell us your background. So is your background roads or?
That would be great.
It looks like it's higher education.
Yeah, did you read about me? Is
I
that what you
did.
Well, that's wonderful. Yeah, my background actually is as an educator. I starting first as a stint as a fourth grader, in the public school systems in Las Vegas, but I worked in higher education administration for years, and prior to joining the administration, I was president of a community college that had a number of significant issues that needed to be addressed, that otherwise we're going to put the school in probably close the institution down. And so I started here, Department of Workforce Solutions for the governor. And since then, I guess cut my teeth in agency management. I oversaw 2 agencies for a couple of years, 3 agencies in total, a little bit the higher education department. But coming to the Department of Transportation, in my opinion, was her nod of appreciation for what I had done over the course of the pandemic, because this agency does not need fixing. This agency is effective. And my value to the Department of Transportation is really about strategic planning and thinking about what we do. And sometimes I think it's about getting them the resources they need. Although when you walk around here, it's not all up to value sometimes. There's a lot of things being funded as priorities, and we're hopeful that infrastructure will be one of them.
Well, perfect. I appreciate that. So on our end, if you meet our division director of transportation, Tom Pochero, he cut his teeth in education, but in Head Start. And so I think it's more that strategic mind. So hopefully you'll have a good conversation either at 2 o'clock or.
That's ridiculously coincidental.
Very good. My background is more in higher education. Prior to being a delegate, I worked at our tribal college. And prior to that, in my own education, went to community college and was able to transfer to a top tier university. So
Great.
very critical that we continue to support that education pathway. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And to that end, the first work I did was back several years ago, I ran the state's, Gear Up program, and Shiprock, Kirtland, well, first Newcomb, right? And the middle- Yeah, there you go. So working with those schools in the northwestern part of the state, but what we did was run a study, picking underserved, rural schools and essentially representing 25% of the state's centennial class of 2012, right? And the goal then was to infuse them with the resources to outperform the state's graduation rates. We did good work there.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So I just want to defer speaker or delegate Claude, do you have any initial comments to Secretary Serna? I have a few, but I want to defer to my colleagues here. Okay. Shannon?
Oh, I just want to say thank you, and I do sit on the Resources and Development Committee, so we do oversee the Navajo Department of Transportation, but we do have staff here, so I'm very thankful that, you know, we do have our team here. I would be interested in getting a list of the projects that you do have currently ongoing in New Mexico. Also just that funding opportunity. And thank you for thinking about the communities along I-40. I know that Delegate Arvizo has come before the committee to try to gain funding, especially when it comes to the railroad access and the crossings in those areas. They do become flooded depending on the season. So those are some of the issues that we do hear from the RDC committee. And then also the bridges are important. And I know that with Shiprock, that's been a topic of discussion. But we as RDC have not heard the progress on that. So that would be great to just get an update on that as well. And then thinking about our communities in Eastern Agency as well. We know that because of the land jurisdiction, there are issues to like chip seals and different projects there. So I think just getting an overall view of some of the work that's ongoing, that would give us a broader perspective of what we need to do as far as our Department of Transportation. Mr. Patero just recently entered into that position. So he does carry quite an extensive knowledge of the American Rescue Plan funding as well. So we hope to tie that in. Many of our chapters as well do have road infrastructure as part of their ARPA plan. So it becomes very critical in understanding that. And we do hope to lay down a partnership with the state of New Mexico in getting some of those projects done. But thank you for sharing your background, and it is a pleasure to meet you. And we look forward to more conversations.
Absolutely. So one of, so your request to look at the projects we have upcoming now, and we can send the information. We have published on our website, our STIP, which is our construction schedule and our letting schedule. And we run over 90% accurate with our letting schedule. Essentially, when we say this project is coming out here, it's what we plan on doing. What we've got to do, in particularly with District 5 and 6, where we have overlap with the Navajo Nation, is I would love to sit down with you all and talk about how your maintenance schedule and our maintenance schedule could start to work together. Let me tell you why that's important. You know, New Mexico 64 coming into Arizona to Shiprock, that project was really important to us, to Representative Allison and others in the community. You may have heard that we recently got that project funded, a $60 million grant. And we're excited for a couple of reasons, because of drawing attention there, but also because we almost essentially had that project funded. So now we can shift some of that money to other areas in District 5. But when we let that project, we had to let it out 3 times. And the third time we had to split the bridge from the roadwork, okay? And it's tricky, not because nobody wants to do the work, but because in those remote parts of the state, and we see the same, I live north of here, and we have some projects like in Pueblo's, like, okay, we can get where, you know, it's just so rural to get the workers there. If we could work with our contractors to say, listen, we're going to bid out this project, and 8 miles away, Navajo Nation is gonna bid out this one, and they're thinking, there you go. This is the kind of project sum of resources that we can get out there, and perhaps our contractor is working with you all to say, when you're done with that, move it over here. The mobilization costs, the time to get out there, the time to find workers, so that we can work with each other on that. And that would save us perhaps some resources on mobilization, transportation in particular.
Do you have a follow-up, Shannon?
Oh, no, I'll go ahead and wait for you.
Okay, appreciate it. So that communities that I represent are so grateful for that additional $60 million. We know at a local level, a lot of that lobbying took place 4 or 5 years ago, so sometimes we have to be, Chief of Staff, Patrick Sandoval, if you want to join us, we're meeting with Secretary Surra. Sorry,
Would you like the president to join for a minute?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely, it's an open invitation and we have burritos. And good coffee. I don't know if we're supposed to be boycotting Starbucks, but we kind of do our own thing on that. So, well, should we wait for the president?
No, you can summarize.
Okay. So, so when your team came back and said, this is what we learned from the right-of-way challenges, to me, that was brilliant. And that shows the skill, like, I'm seeing where you want to up and talk about how collectively can we address these major road projects working together. So that's something that we'll continue to work with NDOT, because that right-of-way, colleagues, took us 16 months. And we nearly lost the federal money. And so we did a debrief on what can Navajo Nation do, because we have BIA, and then we have the state, and then we have the federal government. So these are opportunities where we could talk with Deputy Secretary of Transportation,
Oh, yeah.
Orlando Teller, and be like, bring us all into the room.
Yeah.
Let's see, what are our resources, where are we at, and then how do we have this, especially when it comes to the maintenance schedule for Navajo Nation, that's something as,
Yeah.
either through the oversight, or now as Speaker's office is talking about, what is this transportation bond that we want to push out? We need to have these conversations, so I appreciate that. With the data that you're talking about on your website, is that, not just projects, but do you have GIS information that can be shared in terms of roads? I drive Highway 491 every single day. Everybody's driving erratic because of the type of damage that is happening on that road. Our late Senator Pinto, and I'm grateful that Shema Sarah is here, pushed for that highway. We know we needed at least those 2 lanes in each direction to improve, you know, the accident rates that we saw, the types of death that we saw. And we've done some highway safety. We're still waiting on the safety aspect of that highway to be implemented, and you have an update, but just help me understand the deterioration of that road. I'm grateful on my way out here yesterday, just north of Tahatchee. I do see the crews out there that are gonna hopefully fix that road, but because we have truckers, because we have lots of folks on that road, give me a sense of what we need to do to have a comprehensive plan for 491. And I'm actually one of the victims of hitting a black cow on 491 right there in front of New Mexico on Newcomb, leaving a chapter meeting. And so where's the plan for like wildlife crossing? And community members are now, you know, pulling down some of these barriers because, you know, there's no safe area to merge onto the Highway 491. So we've had some fatalities there. And also just south of Sonosky, and I apologize if you're not familiar with the area, where there's these dips in the road, and then we'll have trailers that have completely flipped over. And so can we have that discussion, Secretary? Or if we could have a follow-up, I'd appreciate that with Highway 491. And what we want to do when you offer milling through the districts, we will need to plan that out too. We don't want to consider it a donation because then that goes through a lengthy process, but let us know when those are available. Hey, Speaker Babe, yeah, hey, come join us. No one is unnoticed when they're walking in. Right. So, Chair, just let me know in terms of that time, we're good on time, but that's important. And I know Delegate Dr. Andy Nez asked in terms of Highway 134, that goes, travels from She Springs on up the Chushkai Mountain and then down to, Crystal, for those, cattle guard crossing or easements or right of ways, because we do have schools. And so the school buses are telling us people are driving too fast. We need places not only for them to slow down, but then ways that, you know, our buses can safely get onto the roads. And we also have some of our representatives here from our aging department, and so they're driving in vans, and so it's like, you gotta look quick, and then you gotta get on there, and it's very dangerous. We've done some safety studies because we've had big rigs coming down 134,
Yeah.
and then their brake fails or whatever, and then they're plowing right into a major highway, 491. And so, just give me your thoughts, and do
Sure.
we wanna move this so we could all see it, or?
Sure, and this one here is really just, and we have the interactive map on our E-Stip, right? And so we look at D6, and let me just look to see if we have, 491 in here. Here you go, so we have a couple of the projects in here. And it looks like the Navajo Nation is the lead agency on these, if I'm not mistaken, so we probably need to sit down with, we need to sit down with NDOT to look to see, where we are on the project, but it looks immediately like we have two projects on 491, and, this one looks here like it's gonna go from a couple of phases, and they're both, one's a reconstruction, one's a rehabilitation, so we can sit down with NDOT and look to see where these projects are right now. The sum of them is about 12 million, I don't know, this was in 2023, so the funding, the amount of the project hasn't changed too much, I can't imagine, but a couple of years back it would have. So what we have right here is construction to start in 2023, I don't think that that's happened, but we can talk with District 5 about when this is gonna get started, but it does look like the Navajo Nation is the lead agency on it, which means we probably have a partnership where we can assist you with the project, but you'll oversee it. The wildlife corridor crossings, you know, New Mexico is got some landmark legislation establishing the study, the wildlife corridor study, kind of like a multi-agency study that identifies the most critical areas in the state. It's a $500 million, you know, strategy across the state. We've got to work with legislators in partnership to get that fund funded. The wildlife corridor fund right now exists in state statute, and right now, you know, we're hoping just to get $50 million for the first single project, which is on the 550 corridor between Bernalillo and Chama, okay? And so that can be a shared legislative priority for all of us, because I think as we effectively address those locations, we become, I think, highly competitive for additional grant funding.
Yeah.
If we can demonstrate that, you know, we're working across local governments, tribes, reservations to get the work done. But I'm glad that we have some things in 491, but you're absolutely right on the right of way, going back to working with Orlando. Every time we meet with him, the turnaround time from BIA on right-of-way acquisition, or more importantly, it's easement approvals from BIA.
Right.
I mean, now we always account, 16 months isn't terrible, because we always just plan for a year on BIA easement approvals or right-of-way acquisitions. It's typically never right-of-way acquisitions, but easements. And that does take a long time, but when federal funding is at play, then sometimes it does, of course, slow down our ability for us to get a grant agreement in place with the design intact. So to the extent that we can work on those easement agreement approvals in a turnaround time, even to a year, would be really good.
Okay.
And so I can send the link to all of this. This is our E-Stip, it's for the public, and this is for our major constructions. What we'd have to do for maintenance in particular, because that's a little bit more fluid for us based on how much money we have, is to sit down with you all probably on a quarterly basis to say, here's how we're gonna pull the trigger on a maintenance project. If you have anything near, you know, this termini, how could we coordinate with contractors to say, there's more work waiting before this project?
Appreciate that, Secretary. So what we'll do is work on our team and our side internally, how we coordinate and collaborate. But something, Speaker, that will need help working with the oversight is a conversation with the BIA secretary or acting secretary on the easement protocol. And that may be something that we talk to our federal lobbyists. At what point is BIA out of the picture? Since we're trying to build up our own capacity when it comes to some of these roads and then building up our partnerships with the state. So thank you very much. Let's see, I just wanted to ask, so we got the questions from delegate. The delegates only have, and then we'll follow up on the wild. Can you say that one more time? It was the wildfire.
Wildlife corridor
Wildlife.
crossings.
Wildlife corridor crossing.
And one of the senators that's really championed that is Senator Mimi Stewart. I mean, this is really a goal of hers to. You know, one of the other things, if I may, kind of just talking about wildlife corridor crossings, because I always feel remiss if I don't talk about this at the same time we talk about hitting animals, is we've also done a vulnerable road user assessment at the NMDOT. And vulnerable road user is anyone from a pedestrian, a cyclist, a construction worker, someone who needs an ADA accommodation to cross roadways. You know, unfortunately, for the past couple of years, New Mexico is holding the title of #1 in pedestrian fatalities, okay? And our vulnerable road user assessment, of course, is going to equate a rise in those fatality rates with rural underserved communities. In fact, I say, and it's not jokingly, that if you're 50, native, okay, and a male, you probably shouldn't step off a sidewalk in the state of New Mexico, because the likelihood of you being subject to a pedestrian related incident is very high. And so it's an equity issue for us. And if you look, we have an interactive map of this vulnerable road user assessment. And of course, you're gonna lay those high incident rates over the map of New Mexico. You're gonna see the northwestern part of the state. You're gonna see rural communities down in the southern part of the state. And of course, then you're gonna see really highly densely populated areas like Albuquerque. But we've got to pay attention to two things, I think, at the same time, and that's how do we work with wildlife corridors to well, one is to facilitate the migration of wildlife across our roadways, right? But two is we're working on a complete street strategy that does address pedestrian fatality rates in the state of New Mexico. It's a major concern of ours, and because we're going to be strategic in target locations where we see high incident rates, we obviously are going to need to work in rural parts of the state, including in the Navajo Nation, to address what kind of infrastructure is necessary to facilitate safe crossings on our roadways. And so we're hopeful that you all will embrace that partnership as well. It's going to address a number of things. I think one of them is public transit in rural parts of the state. That's going to be big, right? It's going to be crosswalk and other roadway infrastructure enhancements that's going to facilitate solutions to this issue. But I tell folks clearly we're addressing wildlife corridor issues. I don't know where we rank in hitting wildlife, but I know where we rank in hitting people. We've got to address that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Actually, thank you, Secretary. That was actually my follow-up question. Seeing that assessment for that study that has been done, compared to a 491, compared to a state route in the south.
Yeah.
What are those fatality rates looking like?
Sure.
And then accident, pedestrian fatalities. So it would be nice to see that mapped out if you have something like that, so that then at least that can help our efforts too.
Yeah, and we have the interactive map online as well, and you wouldn't believe it, how interactive it is, but you can go to the map and actually, you can start to go in here and we'll plot out for you on a map. Essentially, this website is dedicated to the entire assessment, so you can see the narrative behind it, some of the high level data that you can pull here, and then you can start to really look at where we are by county, drill in further and start to understand, not just here by the high level stats, but from here you can get onto the map where you can see every single crash reported, whether it involved a male, a female, a pedestrian, a driver, distracted driver. But what we're working on is fundamentally a simple process that will say, let's go to that map, let's find the high incident rates. We're going to do an assessment of that corridor, identify what we might recommend as treatments, and then hand that off to the local governments, because a lot of these roadways are going to be non-state assets. hand them off, and then work over the next year to see if we can create a fund to get those assessments turned into, maintenance strategies for the locals.
Appreciate that. Okay, Speaker, did you have a follow-up?
No.
Okay, thank you. So your meeting at 2 p.m., can you just remind me, is that on did you say Highway 111?
I think, my understanding is just general
Okay,
NDOT priorities and DOT partnership.
okay, so we have our NDOT partners here. Mr. Peterson, do you wanna just, with some of what you're hearing, because I know if Deputy Norma Bowman is still, I believe now she's deputy again, because she does highway safety. It's important to note that according to our epidemiology reports, the number one cause of death on Navajo Nation is motor vehicle accidents. So when we're talking about, I want to make sure that we're not just talking about like wildlife and then they're hit and then, it injures individuals who are traveling. And so there's a correlation there. I just want to make sure that NDOT team here gives us some ideas on where you're at when we talk about maintenance schedules, where we're at when we talk about either the soil testing, and then where we're at with interfacing with what New Mexico NDOT is providing, because what we did see also major floodings, like on Highway 491. And so we have to, and you may know this, like close the roadway, or what we were calling like the Tohatchee Lake. There's areas where the water was just sit on the roadway, very dangerous. There's areas like in Knox City. I know you're not too familiar with our regional area, but that's the information we need to provide to the secretary. And so that, we had a major flood in the Sheep Springs area, and we had FEMA, Army Corps of Engineers come down. So I'd like to know, like, what are those conversations to start building up? We're trying to do like restore our earthen dams, but like, what are these water diversions that we have to see? So we've had fires up in our mountains, and so it's gonna be like a cross section again. So when this water builds up on top of our mountains because of all of that fallen debris, once that comes through, we're seeing major flooding.
Yeah.
And then that hits the roadway. I could recall last year during that flooding, we had an individual who was broken down, like in a U-Haul truck, and then that major flooding happened, so we had to do like a little, like, low water rescue, and now we're looking at low water crossing. So these are some of the areas that continue to maybe need to be on your radar, and so help me understand what you need from the nation to give your priorities. So we work with our executive side, and what we want to make sure is too, that the governor knows what our priorities are for Navajo Nation when it comes to transportation. So if you could share, what's being filtered up, because that's why we're here today. We're fact finding today. And then we'll be meeting with the governor and then of course Secretariat at noon. And we'll be letting them know, these are the major areas that we need investment in. And so I just wanted to maybe pause there and Dot, do you have a response for any of that?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, you have the floor, yes.
Thank you, Delegate Karate.
Oh. Introduce yourself, what?
So my name is Joe Peterman, and my clan is Tuckshee. We've got some Chays around here, out of Plus Chay. I grew up in Church Rock in those army barracks, and now I live in Continental Divide on I-40. I actually worked for New Mexico DOT. I started there when I was 18, and I retired in 2004. So I retired from New Mexico DOT. I just want to say what New Mexico DOT has taught me is really been valuable in continuing my career in road business. So it's been really good. My son works in Gallup too, so he's following my footsteps. I would say we're in the same boat. You're in the boat, and we're in a smaller boat right next to you. And that the funding. Funding is the biggest issue of all. That's number one. I mean, we put out projects and we're short-staffed. I see that project up there, the N36, that's one that's under design right now. It's probably gonna go to bid, maybe this summer. They're pretty quick. We have a project there that's partially funded by our federal funds and New Mexico, so that's great partnering together. As far as maintenance, we're a very small team. I'd managed the roads department for Navajo Division of Transportation. I've been there 7 years. We do a lot of, we have 3 aspects, right, to my roads department. We have the maintenance section, we have maintenance crew. And then we do capital outlay. We have a lot of agreements with NMDOT right now, where they funded some projects with us. And then we're also actually doing the construction with the federal funds, federal highway projects. So there's 3 phases to our roads department. But yes, we recently got a bunch of millings off of US 264. You've seen that they New Mexico that was a maintenance project. I imagine they milled and replaced with 2 inches of 3 inches of hot mix. We got the millings from that. They put it in our yard over there, see that over there, and we're using it on our roads. Actually, I'm talking to Lisa Vega. Lisa Vega came to me straight out of school. She went through her rotation. And she came to me in Gallup, and so I know Lisa very well. We worked together a lot of years. But we used those millings. Although they came from New Mexico, we put them on Arizona highway with the consideration that was federally funded. So the placement of the millings wasn't restricted to New Mexico. We put some of that in Arizona. So
Fort Defiance area.
Fort Defiance, yeah. And Inez, Delegate Inez on some of his routes, 112 there, Fort Defiance to Red Lake. So really appreciate that we can partnership like that. We've never really caucused or partnered anything like that with New Mexico and NDOT together. I really look forward to that. I think that's really needed. Based on funding, we're very limited, but we do have projects in New Mexico. I receive fuel excise tax funds, a little bit of amount, so I'm also designing and building with our staff here. Brian Sinjini back there, he's an engineer. Priscilla, she's awesome to work with. And we get this fund and we go out, we scope, we design, and we build. And to avoid right of way, which is a big issue, BIA right of way, Big Brother's always watching. So we call it heavy maintenance, and we go out and we do a lot of work, double chip seal, things like that. So we're very busy people. Our roads department is very busy, but I believe that we need to build a partnership, not with New Mexico only, but also with ADOT and UDOT and Utah. Our counties, McKinley, Sandoval, San Juan, we have good relationship. We work with those guys closely too. So I really appreciate what you're saying. To work together to create a maintenance plan. I really think that's a critical part of our team. We really need to get together and start partnering together greatly. I agree with that. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Speaker Bates, I know you didn't want to be introduced, but she asked, could you just introduce yourself and maybe come to the table, because we've worked very hard on the roads on Navajo Nation, and we'd appreciate your input, because we do need to make sure that Highway 371 and that intersection with N36 leading up to Northern Edge, lots of accidents there, and you've done a lot of work. So Speaker, could you either introduce yourself and please join us at the table, and staff, if you could give Speaker Bates the handout that's created so he knows where we're at, so the legacy continues. He's like our Yellowstone Ranch. He's like our Yellowstone.
Oh, okay.
Did you have any questions, Speaker Bates, or?
You want me to introduce myself first? Yeah. I'm Lorenzo Bates. I was a nomination legislator for 16 years, then became speaker for 2 terms, for 2 terms. And, at one point, as it got closer to the end of my last term, saw all these young folks coming in. And I had been doing that for, a number of years. And I thought, well, I think I'll just move on down the road and let them handle, all the challenges going forward. And I have to say that, they've done a very good job up to this point. I don't, we do having the challenges of the nation going forward. But, so 16 years, delegate, speaker, I retired. And I put parentheses around that, around retirement. I'm a farmer and a rancher, so that keeps me busy. I'm also an advisor to a couple of enterprises, more political than anything else, because I'm not an expert in those areas, but I do know a little bit about politics going forward. And so this morning, the office of the speaker, the Navajo Nation Council, I was the delivery boy this morning, so I also do that too. The burritos? No, we did the burritos, but I did they did, I should say, little packets for both houses.
Very interesting.
So we were busy doing that. So the Senate and the House side got the packets, and we had a special one for the governor, so we're waiting for that magic call there. To go to the governor's office. Wonderful. They all thought that. Yeah. So that's basically who I am. Was now going forward.
Well, Speaker, I appreciate you entrusting most things to us younger folks.
I don't know, are we millennials? I don't know, that conversation.
But if there's anything that, from your experience, you've seen work in the past, certainly, in infrastructure partnership that you feel we can work on moving forward, that'd be very, very great to hear.
Well, as you mentioned, and the gentleman mentioned, the right of ways. That has always been an issue on not just roads, but everything else. And the state seems to be more attentive in dealing with it. It's a Navajo Nation side. There's just so much bureaucracy within the Navajo Nation side. To get to where you need to get to. So I see the same thing you do and the same thing the gentleman sees in terms of road maintenance and dealing with the right of ways, anyway, with anything that has to do with roads within the Navajo Nation. And when we reiterate what he's indicated about what the state does and that collaboration that needs to go forward. Obviously, in doing that, we still going to have to deal with the politics and the bureaucracy. But if you get the state and the nation coming together and working together just on that challenge itself, we can get things done. I live on N36. So let me speak to N36, all right? Right there by San Juan chapter.
I got a project there right now. We're gonna start the end of February. We're gonna fix that pump. I got one going.
So I drove over that for 16 years, so and it got progressively worse, all right?
Yes.
And if you don't know that section of the road, you can find yourself in the off the road or flying in the air or whatever it may be.
You know that one.
So I sat, one day they were working on it and I pulled over while I was headed to Wind Rock just to see what they were doing. And I don't, there's a gentleman that was there and I was watching. I said, why don't you do this? And he didn't know who I was. I said, why don't you do this? And that was to build up the base. because it's clay area in that area, and you know what clay does, it swells and shrinks, and that's part of what contributes to that area. But they obviously didn't listen to me, so it is what it is today. And then the rest of the N36 with what was brought up by Madam Chair is the intersection of N36 and 371. I want to say the county put up a street light,
A stop sign.
a splashing stop sign, and then a street light. The street light in itself helped considerably because you will see that before you will see the flashing light, right? Well, someone decided to take that street light out, and it's been 7, 8, almost 10 years. But that street light hasn't been repaired. And I keep asking people, I've asked the county, and I've talked to the state, to the city, because it's within their jurisdiction. But their argument is that's a state issue, it's not ours. So I run into, so now I'm talking to a state person here. That street light in itself helped out a lot. And people, so if you put that flashing, that light back up, it will be, and then you put in what do you call it, a turnout? Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Considerably. You didn't have a turnout right there when you took full off and you turned in on the N36. So that's where everything was at, and you have people coming down from Crown Point down in there. And it's somewhat difficult to get on the 371 from N36, and I don't know if that.
Acceleration lane.
Yeah.
You just close your eyes.
We actually have a design, right? We have a design. I've been working with Paul Brasher.
Okay.
We actually have a signal for the N36 and 371, that intersection. We actually have a signal design. Right now, we have one in place,
But when are you gonna
but it
construct
keeps
it?
going, the cost of it keeps going up. I'm sorry to interject, but yeah, we have some funds from gaming. I believe we have some funds from NAPI, NTEC, and then we have fuel excise tax there. I believe, Senator Pinto at one time, he got some fund there, but there's a shortfall on it. So we've been value engineering it, trying to bring the cost down, and we're at a point where we're now with NDOT staff, we found another 350,000 that we're trying to move that way too. There's a meeting on it, February 6th, but we actually have a design. I'm very sure, you mentioned that a while ago, cost share.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get enough funds gathered together to meet that engineer's estimate.
That's my understanding. We're talking about the same intersection.
Yes,
And
sir.
I looked it up. I'm working with Michelle Dotson. She's
Michelle
with
Dotson, yes,
Canadian,
yes.
correct?
Yes,
And the gap on that project is 1.55.
yes.
And so what we've committed to doing was splitting that difference. And so what we've reserved is just over 700,000. And Michelle is waiting for a response from NDOT on whether they can fund the other half. And if that's the case, then that 37 and 36 interchange would be signalized.
Yes.
So let me take a pause here, because I know you wanna jump in. You need to let us know as NDOT, what's your shortfall? So right now I have 3, we know this as legislature, I have 3 shortfalls. I don't see this project on your shortfall.
Yeah, this is Priscilla's shortfall.
So
I don't have a shortfall
we
list.
need a comprehensive shortfall list for New Mexico
Yes.
projects. So that when we make, because it takes political power and concentration,
Yes,
so I
ma'am.
appreciate.
Yes.
Shanella here from Resource and Development, if we want to address these shortfalls because of the time and we have commitment from state, then we need that comprehensive list. So maybe your team can provide it, and then we'll challenge NDOT from this meeting to get that information to us. And then that's a challenge for delegates, and then when President joins us, what's gonna be the package to get you all of the shortfall for these projects that we have commitment from the states that have a timeline. And all of the advocacy that Speaker Bates has brought up.
And there's a meeting, I'm sorry, and there's a meeting with Michelle Dotson Tuesday where we found some fuel excise tax funds, I believe it's 350,000 that we can commit. Still in red tape, so gotta go through the 164 review to get a business unit and get it transferred over. That's not gonna happen overnight. You know, that's not a overnight process, but we believe we found 350,000 that of the 750,000 shortfall, that's 1.5. New Mexico came up 750. And we found 350, and then we're hoping the Shell and gaming can come up with the difference. That's what our meeting Tuesday is about. So it's still up in the air right now that how much shortfall is really there.
Okay, so just Chanela, does RDC as an oversight, and pardon me, Secretary, sometimes we gotta do this internal, what I call blood sausage making, and it gets a little ugly. But has RDC received the shortfall from NDOT, or is that a deliverable we need to ask from this discussion?
I think that we do need to make that, I just made a note here, so I know our Madam Chair is on her way, she will be here. But we do need that list, so that we can go ahead and review that. And then can I get the time and location of the meeting for Tuesday?
It's an RSVP. It's an online thing. Let me see my calendar. Tuesday, February 6th. I'm down. MD.
While he's looking, I'm sorry, my name is Priscilla Lee.
Oh, yeah, so did you are you gonna talk on the shortfall?
No, just to, like clarification on his project.
Oh, clarification on his
Yeah.
project? I love it, I wanna hear it.
Okay, so
She's
this
involved in it too.
this project was funded a while back, so NDOT has brought it to the shovel-ready state, the design and everything. We've been working, like he said, with Mr. Bradshaw and James and Amanda. So last year, we reauthorized, that funding was, the expiration was coming up, so we reauthorized. At that time, we worked with Clarissa Montoya.
Yep.
And right now, we decided that that money is gonna be kept by New Mexico DOT because they're going to be doing the construction. That's where the partnership came in. So he is still seeking for some money, but the design and everything's ready. We had to run everything by New Mexico DOT because it is their road, 371.
We have a great MOU in place. I think that the technical relationship is in place.
Wonderful.
I think at this point, we're just, trying to fiscally constrain the project. And I mean, we're vested, I think up until this point, there's been a couple million that NMDOT has put on it. And so we want to get it done. It's going to look like a quilt, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be funded if we can get that 1.5 split between us and we can get to work on it. Because now the development happening at that interchange, right, is really going to be is really what's calling for the necessity of this.
It's a high safety issue, and it really needs to be addressed as a safety issue. I mean, down the hill and high speed and all that, and turning movement and all that, it's very high speed safety issue.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jim. So we have some other questions on our agenda. So, the other area that we wanted to concentrate on, so the discussion on Highway 491, what's the follow-up on both of our ends when it comes to those safety areas that were brought up?
I think we've got to look at, we can meet, I can probably have, 491 is still, this is District 6, I think.
They share it.
5 and 6, okay.
6 and 5.
So maybe what we can do is I can bring Paul to the 2:00 meeting and we can call in, Ms. Vega to the meeting and get an update on where we are with those projects on 491.
Yeah.
If we're in design, what percentage complete we are and what we would need for construction.
Okay, appreciate that. And, Chanela here had mentioned the right-of-way access on railroads. How can we have a joint conversation when we're talking about these railroad crossings?
Sure. Absolutely. So our rail team have really good relationships with, that's gonna be, the rail up there is, not BNSF, but it's the, I'm drawing a blank, BNSF.
Yeah,
And so, we have good relationships with rail. We have a rail division that works, especially when we have a project that intersects with rail and the need to get them approved. There's a process. It's not a lengthy one, but ultimately what we've got to send them is the complete design, 90% at least, I believe, to rail, get them to review the plans. Once they do, then we can pull the trigger on the project once it's constrained. If we're looking at a project that crosses rail, like an ag-grade crossing improvement or a grade separation, like we're gonna go over, those are bigger. And depending on what we're trying to address from a safety perspective, we're never shy about asking for them to contribute to the project,
Yeah.
right? And so to the extent that we can ask for them to say, listen, we have an ag-grade crossing here, we'd like to separate it, we'd like to add these improvements. Sitting with BNSF and asking if they have resources to help us do that, anything that minimizes their risk, on crossings, they're always willing to help.
Delegate Clark?
yes.
I'll give you the floor.
Okay, so I just wanted to add to that. I know with the US Department of Transportation, they did, make awards for 31.4 million for critical rail lines. So I do believe that we do need to get, Secretary Orlando Teller into this discussion as well. And then as, Shanella was talking about the major flood in Sheep Springs, they also have, funding opportunity for, climate change too.
Resiliency funding,
Yes.
yes.
So I think that, those are the two grants that I can think of offhand that we can go ahead and explore so that we can address some of those, issues in New Mexico.
So that's a great idea. New Mexico has resiliency funding that's coming, and we're using some of that over in the flood mitigation or in the high flood areas that came from the OSP Cap Canyon fire in Mora County in particular. And so, what you described, the flooding, that's coming into 491 might be trying for some of that resiliency funding as well, right? You're
Yes.
addressing natural weather incidents or natural disaster incidents. And what's good about that funding is, once you get the project approved as being qualified for resiliency, then you can move forward as opposed to trying to apply for a grant and waiting for it to get funded. So we can talk about, that's a good strategy for some of those, draining issues that you're having.
Yes. Okay.
Appreciate that,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Ms. Lee, did you want to add in something? Just help me understand, is it on the resiliency or something?
No,
we talked
no,
about
what we
before?
were talking about earlier, partnership with New Mexico DOT.
Okay,
I have another update on N-118, we're working with the casino as well. Joe,
where's 118 at?
Church Rock,
Church
by
Rock,
the
okay.
casino, Fire Rock.
Okay.
Fire up.
So we're doing it, the chapter was funded a safety grant enhancement. We got it to the design part. Now, because, in the New Mexico DOT District 6 is working on the bridge there, and we've been involving them to the project review, the design 30, 60, 90%. So now that project is going to was reauthorized and was kept, is going to stay with New Mexico DOT. That's going to be part of their construction money there. So that agreement is staying with District 6.
Okay.
That's just an FYI.
So we were funded several years ago to install lighting along that corridor of New Mexico 118 from Gallup to Church Rock, that goes by Fire Rock. And then in the meantime, and then DOT began a design to 4 lane. It's always been on the docket, so that 4 lane's ongoing. So we worked with our consultant engineers, and now they're working with Horrocks, I believe, and they're incorporating our lighting and design into the 4 lane.
Okay.
So that's just FYI.
Okay, so a lot of specific information, which is good, but what's helpful for us is maybe in future meetings, just give us your briefing, right? Where we're at, so we all can follow, and then connect it as we speak with Secretary on what we need from New Mexico. And then internally, we have enough discussions on our road. So I think that's helpful, Secretary, but I appreciate you, because what we want to do now is the way that I see our regions, and next time we'll have like some mapping. So beyond Highway 64, We talked about the millings. I want to go right back to that. So
Sure.
what do you need from Navajo Nation to be successful when you're able to provide some surplus milling material to the nations?
A letter?
A letter?
Yeah.
There's a process, there's a
We,
process.
if you drive around the state, you see what we have in terms of excess millings, right? This is essentially the piles that you see on the sides of the roads. It is a letter. If it is an emergency, meaning that you need millings to help with draining issues immediately, something that's creating, mobility issues, that can happen more quickly if you explain, we have an emergency here that requires millings. We can make that call pretty quickly. Otherwise, the process for a typical request goes through a PPC committee. So just like a 2-month notice, helps us. We need every other month. But that is fundamentally it. If you, even better, if you have the resources, we'll identify the closest patrol to where you can pick them up and it's simple. So it's how many you need, when you can pick them up, and how you're gonna use them generally, right? Not even milepost, termini stuff, just how you're gonna use it generally.
Okay, appreciate that. So if a letter is needed, Speaker Bates?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, 2 questions for you. With the agreements that you have in place, first question is, there's always a dispute provision within anything dealing with the Navajo Nation. So, how do you deal with that? My first question. The second question is the letter. And the Navajo Nation Councils is basically the governing body at the Navajo Nation.
Sure.
If council chooses to do a resolution, right? So you have a standing resolution passed by council that gives general, okay? That way, if there's a specific request, that resolution will allow it to take place. So that's my second question is, would that help moving forward?
I think absolutely, if the resolution, for example, were to empower someone within NDOT to make those requests as necessary, then that would probably expedite the requests on your end to us.
Okay.
And we'll work with a sense of urgency to get them to you quickly. And so if that's what would be necessary to empower NDOT to make the request, absolutely. In terms of any kind of like dispute resolution, can you expand on that a little bit?
Who's liable?
In any agreement.
Yeah.
You have all the term, within any agreement, you have the terms and conditions.
Sure.
But there's always a provision that you deal with. If you get mad at me,
Yeah.
this is where we're gonna settle.
Yeah.
Whether it be state court or Navajo Nation court.
Yeah. I'll have to look at the agreements. Typically, the agreements, I don't think they're rising to the level of joint power. They may, but they're similar to a capital outlay agreement that you would receive from the Department of Finance Administration that stipulates, here's the funding source, here's the scope of work for which NDOT is responsible, and here's NMDOT's role in ensuring that occurred. But I imagine, like any other really good agreement, there's some language there. I can look to see what that. Sure.
In the event,
Yeah.
we have a conflict,
Yeah.
that would become very important in getting it resolved.
Yeah. I agree. And we want to make sure too, that the relationship is strong enough that we don't get there, right? That there's a lot of ongoing discussion about, how we, move quickly to get resources spent, because it's really the measure by which we're all being measured, right? You ask, you receive, and you spend, and we want to be there with you all when those projects are over.
I'd like to add some positive note on that. We had a project out in Baglapito, Delegate Crotty, by using the milling on 5113. And with Joe's brilliant idea and the contractor, they rejuvenated that milling. And when they put that millings on the road, it was just like pavement.
Yeah.
But drainage. We did this wonderful 4 mile lay of the millings. 3, 4 months later, the drainage took out part of that road.
Well, what we had done was, we had worked with Raymond Navajo leadership, and we were gonna work, was that Dorothy Claw, do I have the name correct?
Yes.
What we were looking to do was send our research team out there. They had used something, it wasn't base course, but they had brought millings together with something else to essentially treat the roadway without going through the pavement process, like someone would do with base course on a road.
Yeah.
A lot of the other materials were being absorbed by the clay when it would get moisture. And what we were gonna do was send our research team out there to identify what kind of topical surface treatments we could put that would withstand the moisture on the clay surface. So that's something that we're willing to follow up on. I think when we were working on that partnership, we were still worried when, somebody was showing signs of corruption, and that slowed things down. But we can still have that discussion. We imagine we can identify what some other parts of the country are doing to provide that surface topical treatment that could withstand the moisture that you're receiving on the clay.
I would like to be involved in that because we've tried a lot of products and I haven't found anything. That's really good.
Yeah, we've
It's not for
invested in different types of products that have come and said, well, make your roads as hard as concrete, and then it's just washed out.
Right?
So we can no longer can continue to do that, and our federal highway money is not authorized to use. So if we could do any soil testing, I know that Dr. Andy Nez is very interested in what that looks like.
Yeah, especially if you can find an affordable way to do it predominantly on driveways, because we know that off of the Navajo Nation roads, you have extensive driveways that are being beat up by the moisture there. So we know that neither one of us, I don't think, can get off of the right of way, but if it's an affordable solution that the residents can use, that.
I appreciate that. I just want to give time to Senator Munoz. If you want to introduce yourself to all of us. And I think it's a great time because we were going to dive into the budget of New Mexico DOT and see, we were going to talk about shortfalls. So if you want to introduce yourself, Wet. I don't know if Delegate Arvizo planned it out, but it's perfect timing.
Number one, not guy. No, I'm George Munoz. I think I know almost everybody in the room. There's a few new faces, but I'm here to see what you guys need, and I just kind of got done with the president. I know there's some issues. Mr. Secretary, or did you wrap up, or?
What's that?
I don't want to interrupt you finishing up.
I think I'm all done. I'm gonna have a meeting with NDOT later on at 2 to kind of dive deeper into the specific things, so I can pass the floor off to Chairman.
Okay, before we pass the chair off, I wanted to ask a critical question. We've talked about the shortfalls in your project. And so, Navajo Nation will let us know what shortfalls in road projects that's been funded by the state. And we'll cross-reference that with what Secretary is able to provide. But Senator Munoz, we have, millions of dollars in a shortfall that's needed for some of these projects. And Ms. Lee here is our expert, so you're sitting right in between the right people. If you're an engineer and we need to look at that. So do you know, you happen to know what that shortfall looks like? And if you could gauge how much of the state budget is invested in roadways, because then I could look at for Navajo Nation, how much we invest. And then Speaker, we've talked about road investment fund or bond fund.
Yeah.
And so that would help with the work. So while we have Senator Munoz here, because we know there's this huge surplus in New Mexico, and so we're counting all of our widgets to see how much of that is gonna be spent on, for Navajo, New Mexico citizens. Thank you.
Sure, over the course of the interim, the legislature has established the Transportation Infrastructure Revenue Subcommittee, right? And Senator Munoz sits on that committee. And they do a really good job of moving across the state to identify in each of our 6 districts what those infrastructure needs are. And I think one of the first things we need to do in the interim is, at least at one of those subcommittees, and the chairman can chime in on this, of course, is what does this relationship look like between New Mexico DOT and NDOT? What does that really look like? And where are the projects that we currently have overlap, and where are the projects where it makes sense that we have overlap? And Chairman, one of the things that I was talking about earlier is, how might we align our maintenance and construction schedule with what NDOT is doing? Because as you know, in some parts of the state, especially in the Northwest, we can get into a situation where we might have to let a project once or twice or three times, sometimes even phase it out to get contractors out there to do that work. But if they can see that there's work for NMDOT and NDOT at the same time, or at least in the same time period, that they can leverage at once, then we can all save money and get that work done at the same time. And so for us, we've spent the interim talking about our gap, and we don't expect the legislature to fund our gap. It's in the billions of dollars, right? But what we try and do is identify from, through our district engineers, where the most critical priorities are, right? And for District 6, that's that big single project is on bridge work on Interstate 40, right? And so we're hopeful that, you know, we can leverage the legislature, at least this session, to close that gap. We've identified about $320 million in construction priorities that we're working on. The House has moved the budget over to the Senate with about 150 million of that work. But we know a lot needs to be done still to identify, you know, where we might support maintenance priorities from. And we have legislation moving through now, Senate Bill 184, that would increase our recurring revenues from motor excise tax to support a lot of maintenance work. So there's been discussions about bonding too for DOT, and that's a discussion that we still need to have. But fundamentally, as we move through our maintenance gap and our construction gap, our job is to really show the legislators, this is how we identify those priorities. Here are the secondary and on priorities for the state of New Mexico. How do you know, and where they feel those priorities are for them. And to be sure, the priority, but there's a lot of priorities. Some of them are directly impacting infrastructure needs, others intersect with economic development opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. So we've done a lot to kind of show the legislature where we're at. I'm hopeful that they understand where those priorities are, but our goal coming into this session was, how might we receive, you know, 300 million for a one-time general fund? And how might we work with them on getting that motor excise tax distribution coming to DOT for ongoing recurring maintenance priorities?
Okay, so just for clarification, of that amount you're requesting, how many of those are for projects that would benefit navigation?
Well, for maintenance, there would be a tremendous amount of them, and we could try and untangle those for the District 5 priorities. I don't believe is intersecting with the Navajo Nation.
I'd be 64.
But 64, for example, is a priority, but it's a funded priority, right? And that's a clear intersection, and so
I'm looking for new money this year.
right, so for new money this year, I think what we've got to do is go through the STIP and the TIP and look to see where those intersecting points are. Because I think what we could benefit from is coming to the legislature and saying, here's a project that costs X millions of dollars, and this is how much is going to be funded by NDOT, and this is how much we need from the state of New Mexico to get it done, right? And if we do that, then we're just, you know, I think we're showing that partnership can help us, you know, minimize the cost to the state, but maximize the benefits to New Mexicans.
I just wanted to let Senator Munoz know, in this packet, because of redistricting, you now have Cheap Springs and Sanoski, who are right off of the 491 corridor. So major issues in terms of safety, flood prevention, drainage, and how we could work with the community. If you're not aware, when community members, I love how you say highway, would you say driveways? I was like, we have driveways? But our dirt roads, we call it dirt roads. But I love it, very elegant. When we get off of our driveway and onto the main court on the main highway, there's no, what do you call that? Turnout,
Yeah.
right? So there's no way to get in there. I kid you not, you'll find head-on traffic because they're trying to find a way to get onto the highway, either southbound or northbound. So it's really an issue. And so let us know, Senator, what do we need to do on our end for Navajo Nation to get prioritized by the state for some of this funding when it comes to our shortfall for projects? If we rely just on tribal capital outlay, we'll never meet our need either for transportation. And so we're looking to branch out those opportunities with New Mexico funding, especially with this surplus of over 3 billion, 4 billion. Oh, and then Delegate Arvizo, did you want the floor? We did talk about your railroad, but if you wanted to.
That's it.
Yeah,
You did?
I brought that up for you.
Thank you.
Yes, but the follow-up she has, and this is good for, Senator, Munoz, is, Secretary and his team working with NDOT will follow up with BNSF and talk about the complete design and then continue with that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. There's no, that's only a one-way in, one-way out. So when trains stop there, nothing can move them. So what the train BNSF is saying is that they'll only move for the US mail. So I mean, we've tried everything that, the ambulance will wait, police will wait while the train, and there's what do they call those, a switch over right there.
Sure.
So sometimes we have to wait, just so you know.
Maybe just go, Doug, and we have two similar circumstances in New Mexico that are being worked on now, one with BNSF resources and the other with federal grade separation funding. So down in Doña County, they received a grant to do a grade separation there. And the other that BNSF is contributing to, I think they paid for all the right-of-way acquisition was in Jarales Road there, south of Albuquerque. And so there again, we can challenge BNSF. They have some resources to put into the project to say, this is going to improve operability, but it's also going to address safety concerns on that corridor. And so we can look at either one of those options. What does an at-grade separation grant look like that we can help write for the project? But what can BNSF bring to the table to say, okay, we can pay for the right-of-way acquisition, we can pay for this portion of the project to see if we can do the same thing we're doing in Los Lunas.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that, delegates. Senator Munoz, you have the floor.
Well, one more thing, I promise, my last one. Back in October, somebody from the state has sent out shortfall email update requests from entities. At that time, I had a very bad emergency and I was out. I didn't meet the timeline. So none of these projects that I'm working with got on there. I tried to I contacted District 6 to see if there was any way I can throw in my 2 cents. And they said it was too late. I don't know if it came from the legislatures, but I never made that list. My apologies.
Yeah, we'll have to visit. It might have been what we do at the end of, when we get close to the start of each legislative session, is look to see what capital projects need to be authorized, because when the capital comes through DOT, we identify for the local when it needs to go through the reauthorization process, and we make sure that gets done for you all. And so that might have been what you're referring to. So
Shortfall. It specifically said shortfall, yeah.
maybe you can send it to us, and we can look to see what it was for.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. May I have a business card
Yeah,
together?
I'll give you my email.
All right.
That sounds
Appreciate it.
interesting that we would ask, because when we ask what your shortfalls are, it automatically suggests that we can fund them for you, right?
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
we're moving up. To that list.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's take a look at that.
I appreciate that honesty. We could have said, we sent it, look in your email.
Yeah.
And then give it to them now.
Yeah,
I will check my email this evening
okay.
and then go from there. But I spoke with Mike Neely from District 6.
Okay.
Yeah,
And the District 6 engineer is retiring. He says leaving.
End of the year.
I don't know when, but
End of the year.
Senator Munoz, if you want to continue or enlighten us on the discussion with any, on your side in. So now that we know you're part of that committee.
so we did offer DOT $1 billion and they said they couldn't manage $1 billion, so. So I mean, there is a problem at DOT. I mean, he talks about funding for roads, but we're not keeping up with inflation. Whatever money we
Yeah.
put in is just keeping up with the inflationary costs.
okay.
So that becomes a bigger problem. DOT has a 40% vacancy in their engineering department, and so if you don't have engineers, you can't get designs, and the whole system slows, right? So it's not just one simple little thing, right? The other problem that you're having with contractors aren't bidding projects is because big contractors have now taken over for small projects. So small contractors are now getting pushed out of DOT. So when you have a small project, they can go to the price agreement and a big contractor will automatically qualify to get that. And so it's a problem of not enough contractors in. The big guys want everything and it squeezes out the little guy. I'll give you the perfect example. In the road in Alamo, the contractor, the asphalt company in Socorro and a big contractor into the plant, right? It was $25 a ton difference on the Alamo cost, right? And so that's what another way, little guys are getting squeezed out of the process, right? And so DOT has got to come up and figure out, big guys, you go do big projects, let little projects get done. I mean, just look at the list, right?
Little remote projects.
Yeah, little remote projects like this, right? 1,000,007, is that a billion?
Yeah.
No.
No.
1.7
Navajo
million.
Nation
Yeah.
really want it by the penny. And we're asking for 43 cents. 1.7 million and 43 cents.
One
Yeah.
We don't have that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still.
Yeah, we need to bump it up for inflation.
This is when the preparation date, everything.
so I mean, are these your projects?
I haven't seen that list.
These are, district five, the Lapato
Are
and
these-
Rock
are
Spring.
these DOT or DOT?
These are in the chapter grants from capital outlay through NMDOT.
Okay.
So in a way, the NMDOT
Oh,
funded.
let me get
NMDOT
control of the meeting. I'm sorry, guys, because you're the subject matter experts where we have Division Director Tom Procedural here. Thank you, Shiash, for joining. We've had a really lengthy conversation about road. We know you're gonna have a two PM meeting with Secretary, your team on some roads. What our ask is, what is the NDOT shortfall on New Mexico road projects? So that we can convey that, because our legislatures are asking us, how do we fix this shortfall process? And so roads are part of that. But I do know Secretary needs to leave. He's been here with us for over 2 hours, whether in the audience.
You thought I was mean, Ricky.
That hasn't changed, Mr. Chair. They had burritos and coffee. If I can, just ask for clarification, all of these roads are Navajo Nation roads, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happened is you've received capital outlay that is flowing through DOT to Navajo Nation, but they're not state roads. And so in looking to finish these projects, you have a shortfall?
Yes,
Actually,
one
T-Dodge
correction,
is on
T-Dodge is
491, yeah.
491 right there by TNR. It's a safety enhancement.
Okay, but that one's the state road.
Yeah, that's a
And the
state
others
road.
are all Navajo Nation.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, what it appears is they would need increased capital to get them.
So we wanna make sure that we have that. So we wanted to have that for you today, but we need to have that, Mr. Patero, so that we can advocate accordingly. So in our book, we'll have the needs from the community level, but now we need it for NDOT, similar to what we have from community development. They let us know all of the projects, but we need to know the ask. So I'm looking at this booklet, there's some, we could shore it up to, because as legislatures, we need just a one pager. Bullet point, this project, this shortfall, this project, this shortfall, what district is it in, so that we can, for our legislatures, and then what's our ask from New Mexico DOT?
Well, right now, we need to prioritize these because these are already in process. We need to get them done. But beyond that, one of the things that we'd like to work with the chair is we need to get some maintenance yards up on Navajo to get those on there. And the ones that we're looking at, the first one is a White Horse Lake. The second one that we want to take a look at was Red Springs. Third is Mariano Lake. And then the third is Two Big Hills. We want to be able to reach out. We're running everything out of Angle Rock. We only have 2 yards and they're both in Arizona, the Pinyon. And so we can get everything closer to it so that the equipment and stuff can get it there. Right now, we're kind of borrowing space at chapter houses. And we're putting in the $40 million piece of equipment out there with no protection on those things. And we have had some issues in the past where they have been vandalized, but if we can get those 4 yards up, we will be able to respond a lot faster. During this last snowstorm, we were able to cover about 10,000 miles in about 6 days. And that was kind of maneuver stuff around from different locations. So we could respond. We saw the yard of Milan. We want those kind of yards on Navajo, but the material was just ready to go. And so we're trying to target areas where a lot of our guys are responding from, because we don't have a place for them.
Why don't you make it, not to cut you off, but why don't you make an agreement with DOT to be in their yards
Yeah.
when to move their equipment to their yard? What's the one in, between, Tohatchee and
Buffalo
Newcomer?
Springs.
And Buffalo Springs.
We would be open to talking about, I mean, we have the yards, especially for snow removal and material placement, so that you're not trucking back and forth from, the NDOT property. We could look to see where the yards are and how much space we have, but there's no reason why we couldn't work on an agreement to share some of our patrol yards.
We don't mind that, but for these other ones, there are no DOT yards close by, because you have Milan, you have Gallup, then we have like Buffalo Springs. But our roads are off of the main roads that are there. Remember how we were talking about, it's the main topic there?
Ours to kind of say the secretary sometimes, those are Navajo Nation issues that they'll have to do internally to build those yards. I mean, I haven't ever seen a capital request for a yard. So it's just never been there.
But you're interviewing, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Peter, to be honest, because the secretary doesn't have that's an internal discussion that's happening now. And so from that conversation, we're just priming you that that's gonna be in the works.
And I think, and I think it's important, right, to say, by the time you get to the ask, here's what we've done as interim measures, and, from Top of the World, Raymond, Navajo, and other areas. If we could, look at the patrols that could save you some time, and as an immediate solution, we're willing to do that. And I know you may be, even if you were to get the money today for 4 yards, you'd probably be in construction for a couple of years, right? And so if we can help you with our existing patrols in any way, that's happy to do it. Thanks. Can I take this?
Yeah, absolutely. And then bring back the check.
At 2:00.
Thank you, Secretary, for joining us today. I appreciate your sense of humor too.
Yeah, thank you.
If you don't,
Thank
it's
you.
rough.
And dangerous. Senator, where do you feel most comfortable, in the hot seat or right here?
I feel comfortable with you guys.
Okay, so let us know.
I got my Joni around me.
Oh, bless. So, Senator, thank you for joining us. I know that you've had your meeting with Delegate Arvizo on capital outlay. We're transitioning from the secretary. We met with early education this morning, and Secretary Monet with Indian Affairs will join us. She hopes by 12:15. I know that you have a time limit. I think 12:30 was your time limit, so we want to respect everyone's time. But now speaking with Secretary Serna, so our focus here, we've spent a lot of time this year on capital outlay roads. And we want to appreciate, we've seen the Senate bill that you dropped for the Navajo Nation. So you have the floor, sir, and then let us know how we could, what are some insights that you've seen, and then how Navajo Nation internally, because I want to tell NDOT, we have internal discussions. So the goal of this caucus is any Navajo internal discussions happens internally, and then when we meet with state officials, it's government to government. So anything that's on our end, we just have to not discuss it here with our state agencies. So that's how I'll be sharing this. So, and then we have our Speaker Bates Emeritus of the council. So
Emeritus, huh?
yeah.
I want one of those titles. No, I mean, just to go back to DOT, DOT is probably telling you, oh, we have shortfalls, we have this, we have that, right? But then you see the executive take maintenance money and potholes in the city of Santa Fe, the richest city and county in the state, and taking funding away from I-40, 491 to fix that stuff. I mean, you're gonna see a new change in DOT that probably this next year. And it's gonna be forced upon them by the legislature because they're prioritizing what they want within the agency and not prioritizing what people want in their district. And that is a big problem. And me and the secretary are kind of, we're rubbing heads right now. So I got him in a headlock, so we'll just see when he decides to give up. But I mean, we offered them $1 billion the other day and they said that they couldn't manage $1 billion in road projects. And You know, and so for all clarity, my son, I have one son that does paving and one son that does striping. So I've seen the engineer's reports, right? We've done some work in timeframes, and it was a tough job in Alamo in the middle of winter with snow hitting the ground and 2 hours of trucking, and we have to do some cleanup and fixing, and we know that. But I mean, I guess I'm here and I represent you guys, and I would need everything to be fair. Representative Lente has introduced a bill for a trust fund and all that. Well, that's fine, but if you want a real trust fund, you need $1 billion in it. It needs to generate money as a trust. And $40 million generates $1 million. So it doesn't get you where we need to be, especially on educational issues. So there's a rubbing of the heads again, right? And so I represent Navajo and I represent Zoom. Those are my priorities, and I'm gonna put money there for Zuni and for the Navajos and educational system. If you had $1 million and the largest population is Navajo, and you have Zuni, which only has 3,000, you have to treat them differently because of population base. And that board should be the same way. Population base should get a priority. Everybody should be treated equally in the end, but population base should be a priority. I'm not an expert in education. I send you the money, your experts do what you need to do. You may have a school issue, and I don't know this, so I'm just gonna say one out. You may have one at Red Lake that maybe there's a drug problem that's coming in, right? That you need to send resources to curb that, right? Maybe it's, a couple of years ago, we had a suicide problem in Peru, right? And so we need to send resources in there. You guys need to make those determinations, not us as a legislature, right? I'm not an expert, but you need the resources where you need them. And so you guys need that money. Well, I think, if you really want to create a trust fund, you need a large dollar amount for it to do anything to make any movement. We can fund you at, $5 million for Navajo, and, the Zuni population may only need 500,000. But we can fund you at a level that you need without setting aside $40 million that doesn't generate anything. It doesn't fix the whole internal problem. And that's what I think it becomes. So that's one hot topic issue, right? I mean, I just met with the president and said, you need to make that known to the governor. He says, well, she may not like it. Well, it's the governor needs to know, right? That we're not being treated fair. We're not being treated equal. It's not enough money to fix the problem that we currently have and exists. And so how do we do that? We do it in other ways. I mean, do we want to get there? Yeah, but we want to get there with a meaningful way that actually does stuff. And $1 million investment returns, they're not. And a task force does not get that done. It's take the revenue, appropriate it to the places it goes, and they do what they need to do. And so that's one thing. I think with capital, we haven't met with Shia's over there yet. We're gonna try to sit together, because it's my understanding that council delegates each have $8 million in capital. In ARPA or something to spend on capital. So my idea is, and then as I re-off capital, I went through there, is, okay, council delegate karate, we have all of them, Newcomb, Two Gray Hills, Sansity, some Sheep Springs, right, Sanastin. Yeah. Sanastin. And so how do we?
Delegate Claude's mom is from Sanasti, so. Get it right.
And so how do we complete projects, right? Cause at Two Gray Hills, I have projects just sit there and sit there, right? And sometimes I go there and there's nobody at the chapter meeting, right? And they don't have a quorum, but how do we complete those projects? That is a priority for me, right? Move money where you need it. All come together and fund it and get it done. The real big issue with capital is every year we shove 50, 200 million to you guys, right? but you don't have you don't have the background or the staff to move those projects along, the expertise, right? If we're gonna do, pre-K or kindergarten school at Chiltah, do you have the engineers? Do you have the estimators? Do you have all the background staff to complete these projects? And you don't. And so they sit and they sit and they sit, or they're underfunded. And so we shove you money and then we expect you to perform, but there's no help on the backside. And I think that's something that the Navajo Nation needs to resolve is, and maybe let's ask NDOT. How many road engineers do you have? Five. And how many road projects do you have?
200 something.
That's a perfect example. 200 projects with 5 engineers, right? I'm trying to do the math. So if each engineer would have to do 20 a year to keep up, right?
Severe deadline.
And they have to have soil testing and everything else. So, and that's a perfect example is we'll give you all the money in the world, but if you don't have the staff and the background to do it, it's not gonna get completed. I think that's a big issue with what we're doing.
I appreciate that, Senator Munoz. Judge, do you want to introduce yourself or, because you're our he is now helping, he's been onboarded by President for capital projects. And so he's been helping the caucus this last, I would say 8, how many months have you been with Anisha now? 4 months? 4 months. Wow, feels like a year, but the last 4 months to help us understand the challenges with capital outlay. So for Senator Munoz, it's very directed in his district, who he represents, but help us understand where we can work with Senator to identify those capital projects that, either, in his words, sit there, the challenges that you're doing this year to build up your project management, and for our caucuses, really, what is the shortfall of these projects to move them forward?
Good afternoon, everybody, Madam Speaker and honorable delegates and Senator Mizo and everybody here. My name is Dwayne Cedar. I'm new to Capitol Speaker, long time no see. Been the last 4 months, I think one of the big discussions is to go straight to the case and go the brutal aspects of it. What Senator Mills was just mentioned is the capacity portion of it. We've been bombarded. Just kickstarting everything that's there is one of the biggest things. So, and as I looked at this in the last 4 months, you have the infrastructure, which is roads, power, water, the segregations, and you have new facilities, head starts. All of those have different roles in terms of different levels of management. So with the dissecting of that is what I've had done in the last 4 months. This last 2 weeks ago, created a critical path in terms of critical path is a project manager's term. And you look at areas that you have control and capacities to handle internally, and then the external areas that we have. So those are some of the elements that we're going to address in terms of the hot items is power lines. Power lines is one of the ones that we did the biggest challenges. There should be 3 steps of this, of any undertaking that we have in terms of any kind of request for money. The pre-planning aspects of it, which takes down this planning design aspects of into construction. As we mentioned earlier with the Department of Secretary from the Department of Highway, I monitored the construction index in terms of inflation. In the last several months, suppliers have went from a 90-day net to a 30-day net. Plus they increased their financing power for credit and people in contact with credit. So that impacts the actual construction volume. So the challenges that the nation has very large, the nation having multi-different statutes for land, all kind of runs into that area. So I think one of the recommendations that I presented back in December to council, to the caucus was we really need to vet this project, letting these projects out. in terms of the capacities of what we need to do in terms of the location. Because every location in New Mexico has a different land status. The land status dictates how and what we need to do in terms of how that project is gonna be processed. I'll give you a fine example, power line in, Haystack. Just to do the project, you have BLM, you have state land, Indian allotment, tribal fee, tribal trust. Those require different offices to be consulted just to get that right around through. So one of the biggest things is having that established written system in place prior to us asking for money. And I think one of the things, the shortfalls, when I look at the last presentation that we had was on, Damon was here, the project, the findings that we currently have that we're going through reauthorization. We had an estimate, basic estimate, construction estimate to get them through is $15.1 million. And that was due to inflation costs when the money was actually originally allocated to now to the market price, the fair market price for construction. And that's going up. So I think one of the recommendations is looking at these elements, breaking those in those phases and vetting them as we ask for money.
Okay, so Mr.
We'll see that.
Peter, I don't know how we're doing this. I'm just gonna call you. Is that okay? You can call me Amber, I'm fine with that. I'm gonna make a joke, but it might not, come on. Say something. But because we have Senator Munoz here, he has a listing of capital outlay projects that he wants to meet with us to do cost sharing. Do you have that list or are you still formulating?
No, it's in my office.
Is there a way you could look at this list, tell us what is the shortfall? And then what we can do,
Straight answer, yes.
what we can do, what Senator Munoz feels like he could do on the New Mexico side, working with our representatives. Because what San Juan County, New Mexico said is they bring all the projects together and then they divvy it up and figure out how to fund these projects. So that's our goal, is what can Senator Munoz do? We're gonna be looking at your allocations, we want a good share of what you got. And then what Navajo Nation could do, because that $8 million we did get allocated, but it's been over 18 months. And so some of that money is already allocated, like for my district, for example, like Two Great Hills, we're purchasing a bulldozer. I think we're getting them like a grader or something. And then we're gonna do home renovation. So they're already like at the $1.5 million in projects. So I don't know, and this is a Achilles heel for delegates, is we don't exactly know what chapters submit. And I think that's been the long-term issue. So now I'm asking chapters, what's your legislative number? So that we could correlate these projects, but if Dwayne here can crunch that, and then we could see what we could do on our side. Because beyond ARPA, now Navajo Nation, and we're meeting, and the president knows this, because of the timelines, we're creating other opportunities for capital outlay. So if you have projects you want to complete, today's the day to talk about it and what you need from us, Senator.
Well, I'll have that list with you and the ones I've represented.
Right.
We're gonna meet with to do that.
Perfect.
Well, to resolve that issue on power lines, right? Why don't we just create a pool and the legislators say, okay, we're gonna put money in the utility pool, right? With this pool of funds. And we want Baca done, right? The power line at Haystack. And as those come together, they move up.
Yeah.
I mean, if other projects get easements quicker and everything else, move them up and complete them. I mean, because you can be as territorial as we want, but are we really helping people at the end of the day, right? So if I put money in the pool and for Baca, but Baca is still not gonna complete that for 2 years, right? But you can get Casamaro Lake or Baja Lee or anywhere you wanna go, right? And those are lined up and ready to go, but you don't have enough money, you should just grab from the pool and keep moving them.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with capital is legislators are territorial.
Yeah.
And council delegate is kind of saying, oh, we want to see a majority of the money. Okay, well, you know, I only have so much money to allocate, right? And I represent 13 chapters, I think now.
Mhm.
And so I want to be fair, but I want them to complete the projects.
Yeah.
But maybe we should start looking at that for roads. Say, okay, well, instead of us just saying, okay, we want my,
Mhm.
that's my favorite voter in the chapter and it goes to the president's house, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That has happened, you're not.
No, I know, I got blindsided by it too.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Right.
Right? They
We spent
say-
millions of dollars on a low water crossing for one person.
We're gonna spend another $3 million for 3 people at Baja Loop. Right?
my goodness.
And so maybe, I mean, I can sit up, so I can sit up here and hoard all the money, right?
Right,
But it's not,
right.
it's not getting used, so we really care about everybody on the reservation.
Mhm.
Why don't we just create a poll and say, these 3 projects are short and you put your money in the road fund
Mhm.
and they draw out and orders their bid. That's a fair process to me.
Okay.
And the legislature, you know, this is how we think to get elected, but it's really not how we get elected. But we think, oh, I gave you money, you should vote for me. That should not be the issue. The issue is how well are we performing and helping people in need. So if I would say something to the council, and this is just, my
Right,
thought right now is,
Right.
tell us, we're gonna create this poll, right? And you as a legislator, okay, you want Baca in the poll. I want Baja Lee has another one, right? I want them in the pool of money. And so as they move up and get easements, that pool of money moves along. Well, we may need to keep putting money in the pool, right? So I think there's about 8 or 9 that represent Navajo.
Mhm.
If we would think regionally
Right.
and do that and say, you know, maybe it's in Shiprock that it does, Fruitland gets a power link, but it was money that I put in, I don't really care, but as long as my chapters are in the mix
Right.
and they're moving
Everybody
forward,
has that advantage.
and that's something that you guys should do.
Okay,
It may be a little bit too late for this year,
for this, yes.
but guys should create a poll and say, we want the power line poll to be, we have $1 million worth of projects coming online, we finished $1 million worth of projects. We need another 1 million or maybe 2 million, those numbers may change, but that helps keep everything moving in a time frame of there, right? So I think that's something we should.
That's great, and that's what we heard with San Juan County, New Mexico, with the commissioners and Representative Dell. So that could be a caucus, we talked about that. Delegate Arvizo on the recommendations for next year with capital outlay and working with Dwayne and his team. The second thing I wanted to ask, how much is available this year for, tribal capital outlay? We've heard a few different numbers and we just want to be clear on how much is available for tribal.
There is no specific set aside this year.
Okay,
Last year, we did $100 million, right?
right,
And I will tell you, Senator Shendo and Senator Lente are the ones that got to dole out the money. Well, I represent more Native people than Lente does, right?
right,
Right.
And it wasn't equal, because I could say, okay, Chiltal wants this pre-K school. They wanted 4 million, they got 2. It doesn't, it just exacerbates the problem, right? So if they do that, and there's a big talk about another 15 million for tribal, but 50 million for tribal is just gonna create the same issue again until we decide how we're gonna do it. I mean, that's the problem.
That's why if we start pulling this in, then we could really see those nuts and bolts of it.
But if we gave you, and you guys gotta realize you got the tip too, because that's
Yeah.
just gonna cut off the top
Okay,
before any legislator gets capital.
how
That
much
money-
is tip this year, you know? We could follow up on our end,
I think it's between 30 and 60 million.
30 and 60 minutes. No, so we'll need to know, Dwayne, too, what tip projects are going to, can be submitted and not just rely on chapters to submit. Because we now have chapters that are not submitting for capital outlay, but, we're gonna have to bring in community development. So okay.
So that's, I mean, yeah, I'll just. So I mean, we don't ever change the way we're gonna do stuff, nothing's ever gonna change. I mean, that's the problem with government, they don't like change, so we have
Yeah, you're done.
the same problems that the Navajo Nation has, the state has. Agencies don't work, agencies can't get money out, we can't make everything move, and sometimes you can't fix government. But I think that's priority, there's one priority that I think that you guys should, last year, and this is for me, because, you know, people are getting taken off the res to treatment and things.
Oh, yeah.
Last year, at the end of the section, you had a bill, you couldn't quite get it over to the House in time to make sure it got done. But it just says, if you're taken from wherever, that once, if they use you for Medicaid in any way, shape, or form, they have to report your status of where you're at with them. At least in missing it, right, yeah. And so, for whatever reason, Senator Pinto voted against it. It's back on the agenda.
What's the number? What's your number? How do you, have you heard of that? The missing, we'll find out.
The sober living home.
And then you're gonna
Outside
the,
medication.
you know the numbers, some of them?
I have so many numbers in my head, it's like,
Okay, we'll find out about it.
Yes.
and so, yeah, it's there. So that's something you should talk to the governor about, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, if we really want to solve the issue with water on the reservation, right? And we really want to be able to do that. How many of you have heard of desalinization?
Yes.
Yeah.
We could fill up every pipeline doing desalinization. We already have the infrastructure, right? And so for those of you who don't know, is we drill deep in the ground and there's a brackish water that has a lot of salt content in it. It's pulled up, it's taken to the desalination plant and cleaned up and sent, and you got two byproducts. One is an ag byproduct, it's a fertilizer based stuff. The other one, the other product is sent back out to be re-injected into the ground. In El Paso, I urge the council delegates to go down there. And at the turn of a dial, they can produce 30 million gallons of water in a day. And so we can't solve the problem with river water. It's gonna fluctuate. The environment's changing, the world's changing. And so you really wanna fill that pipeline, you really wanna get water out, you need to do these steps. Gallup is drilling more wells and more wells and more wells, right? As we're filling those pipelines with wells. But that's not gonna, we're not gonna have enough water, and even to get the river water, if something happens upstream like it did in Colorado, and we're dependent on that water, we're in trouble. And so big, bold picture ideas to do that. I mean, some people may not like diesel, but they do it everywhere else in the world. There's one in Rio Rancho that's just about ready to start pumping. The one in Alamogordo is just about ready to start pumping into those city lines. The Israelis have used it across the world.
The Israelis invented it, right? The Israelis invented it.
Yeah. And it's not a big plant. It's not this enormous giant plant, you know? It goes through, but I think that's something that you guys need to talk to the government about. Because we can actually get water really quickly, 3 to 5 year span, and start pumping water wherever it needs to go. And it's cheap, and it's maybe like 3 cents a cubic foot once it's processed, and so it's cheap water. So I think just to kind of wrap up with, there's a lot of things in the budget, right? We're gonna spend a lot of money across the board. So in certain sectors, you're not gonna get left out. In education, it should be equal across the board, that's it. There's a special appropriation for Indian education. The new secretary for Indian Affairs is new, so you gotta give her a little bit of time to get a handle on that and get an adjustment. Cause she'll get bombarded by everybody. And so I don't know if there's any questions for me.
Yeah, so I know you have to now start transitioning into their next meeting. So we appreciate the time, but we wanted, how do you want us to come back together on the capital outlay for your district for this year? Here all day.
We're gonna try to do it today. You're gonna put them up before.
Okay, so we'll make that commitment, but we just wanna get through this morning, afternoon session. So we'll be available.
The only thing I will say is he quit. So you guys, he's gonna be there too. He's not a council delegate anymore, but Seth is gonna be there because he was a council delegate.
Okay,
We don't have
where?
him in my office. We're gonna try to do it in my office.
Oh, okay.
We have your phone, I think we have everybody's phone numbers.
Yes,
So-
yes, your staff is amazing. I appreciate that. It's hard to round us up too, but she did an amazing job yesterday. So we want to have that capital outlay conversation for this year. And then the recommendation for the caucus, in the interim, how do you imagine us bringing together all of our representatives and senators to talk about that theme and prioritization of Navajo projects?
You know, but, I mean, there's a few of us that, like, we get together right now.
Okay,
Representative Alcone
yes.
and we talk and say, okay, if you fund this at Baja, either have Baja, Chillicothe.
Right,
Then, okay, you put 100 and it's 300, I'll put 200.
okay,
So it's complete, right? That's the way we're kind of working together.
okay.
And but some people work better with others than others. Like, we will not know where some people's capital is.
So the Navajo Nation needs to do the ask.
Yeah, because, I mean, you know, Representative Lundstrom will not tell you where she's putting capital. in.
Yeah, she does not want to do this.
And so it doesn't help.
Right.
And so projects get stranded. And so I think a lot of us, Harry Garcia, we sit down, Senator Sanchez and I, Wanda Johnson and I sit down and we say, okay, church rock. Here's a project for 300,000, you put 100, I put 2.
Okay. Because our concern too, and we're thinking of a way how these projects get to your office. Because now we've directed our DCD team to start vetting them, because you're not getting all the information that you need, so we'll stall on land issues. That'll take over 2 years. So that's beyond the 24 mark, right? But we're also gonna provide you where we think we're at, and then what money Navajo Nation can contribute. And we're also going back to the chapters, because we allocate money to the chapters, and saying, why aren't you helping this project? Because we appreciate, I learned this from Damon, we appreciate the money from New Mexico, but Delegate Crotty will say, when you have a representative only allocate like 100,000 to an $8 million project, who's gonna look for that 8 million? And I've had to do that at Gadiahi up, and I've had to work with council and delegates, and we're all vying. I know Delegate Arvizo needs more money for is it a backhoe? So I don't know, or greater, I don't know, the chapter asked this year if that's one of the projects, but those are one of the projects would be like, yes, fund this project, because we could get it off of our books.
I know we gave Pinedale Greater before, maybe 18 years ago. 18. No, I've only been there since that.
So now we know, now we know our
So, but in that case, I don't allocate a portion for Navajo. I don't allocate a portion for the city of Gallup, right?
Okay.
I go through my list, like I said, everybody's gotta get something, right? And so that's the way it's gonna work. Everybody has to get something to complete their projects, right?
And then this caucus will help working with delegates and our team to say, okay, New Mexico put in this much, this is how much we need from Navajo Nation, or if there's federal appropriations in the future. So these are some good conversations.
But I think.
Emeritus Bates.
Madam Chair, Speaker, I got a question for Wayne. And then as it applies to the Navajo Nation, and let's use your poll, power line poll as an example that you brought up. So we have enterprises within Navajo. And each enterprise can do certain things. And their expertise is within that area. So in relation to, for example, you're talking AQAs. Could it help to work through them? And get the people that you would otherwise be doing and let them handle it. Because it's familiar with that. And that also applies to the roads. You have NECA, right? Dealing with this, that's all they do. And work with them to be able to accommodate the details. And I could be wrong on this next comment is, it would take the bureaucracy away from the legislative and the executive side, because you would have those enterprises dealing with it. Just a thought for.
Okay.
So, that's my.
I just, you guys have any questions for me?
Where do you think this Senate bill is gonna go with the appropriation for Navajo? Do you have support or, okay, your committee and then,
It's in House bill.
okay, it's in House bill too. All right, we'll start tracking it.
I mean,
Okay.
so you guys know, I have the ability, and you guys need to use me, I can't do capital, right? Because it's only a 1-year appropriation.
Yeah.
So there's no time to do that, right? But special needs, missing and inclusion swimming, right? If we need money for that, I need to know, right? If you need money for like education and Lente needed to do his own thing, but it's not fair and it's not gonna work for me, so that's why you see that appropriation bill in there. I don't wanna hide it from my colleagues, and I don't wanna hide it from other people. Cause they'll say, oh, well, how come Mendoza is allowed to do this and we're not, right? Well, sometimes seniority works, but you have to figure out a way to fix things and that kind of fix.
Okay.
So I think there's a lot in the budget. I mean, the problem is there's so much money out there, nobody can spend it quick enough.
So, and I'd like to have a follow-up with Senator Munoz, and I appreciate Senator Pintos here, as we had talked about at what point should money go directly to certified chapters if they're able to do some of this projects? So we'll have that future conversation. I know that's on our end. And the other area is the governor, this 24 months, because it takes a year for us to get IGA. So that might be a fix that we'll need to help. We're just signing IGAs from last year. I got an update from DOJ and they just submitted to the president. So what, we're already on another legislative session, so we're a year behind, and then having to spend that money in the time frame. If that's not a law for 24 months, then that's our ask for governor, if we could get the help from our representatives and senators and saying that that just doesn't work for Navajo.
Well, I mean, the problem is we have $6 billion stranded. It's not just Navajo, it's cities, counties, you're not specific, right? But at some point, the dog park in Chihuahua that's never gonna get built. Somebody had a special ask for it, it go away, right? And those special asks need to go away, and you need to say, okay, we need to do that. I caution you on certified chapters because it depends who the chapter coordinator is, how well they operate. Because if they don't have a good person running that chapter, then, I mean, capital requests don't come, they won't get them out, they'll fall through the cracks, and it's one chapter coordinator bouncing from one to the other and moving around and you're getting that problem. The 24-month timeline is like, you know, if you guys will come with a specific, and that's why I mentioned this to the president. You guys should create an ICIP list in the Navajo Nation and vet those projects as you move forward. That way you say, these are projects in Zansity, Sheep Springs, Red Springs, Baca, and Art, Sanasti.
We're gonna have you out. He just got that chapter, so we're.
Teaching me.
Yeah.
And, but that way it's on your ICIP list and you're vetting them even more, because we're not vetting them, we're just.
Right, you're just seeing it on the list.
And so if you guys create that ICIP list, like, and put the projects on there, then it tells us, okay, these projects are vetted through the Navajo, so we could go ahead and fund it.
Okay, and Madam, and that goes to the resolution of council that I stated earlier. You can attach that as an exhibit to that resolution.
Perfect. We could do that. We'll work on that, Senator. I appreciate it. We're talking about Navajo Nation prioritizing and pooling projects. Thank you, Senator Munoz.
Thank you.
know need to
Thank
go.
you.
Secretary Monet, can you join us, please?
Right now on Navajo NDOT, go ahead and, make the faces. And then we'll bring our secretaries.
Thank you, Joyce. Yes.
So it's not like you probably.
Mr. Pacheco, can you introduce yourself to Senator Pinto? She asked about the bridge in Shiprock and the cattle guard. Mr. Pacheco's our newest division director again.
But it's okay, it's okay.
I did.
Should be Texas.
And so Cabinet Secretary Monet.
Deputy Secretary.
Monet. Who is important to grab it?
Let's see, don't be shy.
Come and join us here, Miss Secretary Monet.
Monet.
Okay.
Where do we go? Please,
Thank you guys, Kat, Donna.
Thank you. I hope
we're gonna make the amendments.
There no more?
You're gonna eat at the president, every Tom. Yeah.
Been left already, right?
Oh,
They
yeah.
were- What, they didn't go to London?
Yeah, they're rich Tom.
Yeah, I said, I gotta do this.
Yeah,
Then I gotta.
I know. Okay, we're gonna get you ready.
Are you?
Thank you.
Three meetings today.
Who's for Delegate David or? I was saying, don't say speaker, secretary, deputy. King Damon. I don't think Deputy Secretary Damon has shared any of the stories of him and I on the council floor. We used to sit next to each other.
I'll ask. We'll have to very fun one day.
No, I'm okay, thank you. No, I'm okay. I really am okay. I'm okay. Okay, I'll take it.
There might be someone out there, because like, here's who.
Okay, yeah, I will. Oh, that's good. I might take four of them. Yeah, there's a couple of Navajos sitting outside, yeah.
All right, thank you, everyone, and hopefully everybody got some lunch plate. So I wanted to recognize Katasha way in the back. So in Texas, offer our lunch this afternoon, so make sure you thank
Oh,
them.
good.
Thank you, go ahead.
Didn't take
Thank
this
you.
second one, just, 1,000 Navajo.
Do you need anything to drink? I did not know that.
Own 6 months altogether.
2 here now, 4, Montana, and.
Okay, everybody.
And Northern Cheyenne.
Clean up after yourself. And good relatives. For all of our relatives online, thank you for listening. We're just listening now.
I thought
You're here in Santa Fe, come get some.
there was some more, there's just, 4 of you here. I thought the whole council was moving this way today.
Oh, law and order stopped in Albuquerque to deal with some public safety issues.
Hmm.
So, and then some delegates stopped there, some safety is such a high priority. But as you know, Deputy Secretary Damon, as one delegate, we speak for all.
Yeah. Never stop getting schooled by Madam Chair, never stop.
I don't know about if you heard about our little debate with some representatives last week. We had to remind them who are tribal leaders, so it's still kind of. And I just listened to the amendment that happened at the committee level on House Bill 134, and I was like, that is not what we agreed on. So there's a co-op of Navajo position, we passed the resolution yesterday. I passed it one time. Oh.
Just a clarity, understanding, Madam Chair, on that, while we're having this open discussion right now.
But you're still on.
Okay, we'll just,
You want
so is that Navajo Nation, that, I know that Navajo, that's the official Navajo position, but in the resolution that was passed, it didn't state anywhere in there that it was for or against the amendment that Representative Lente presented. There was no clarity in that resolution.
What we're saying is no task force. And the amendment has a task force, so we don't.
The deputy, we aren't allowed to public comment on an amendment, so they didn't ask.
They didn't ask
on it.
Okay.
I'd spoken to both the chair and the co-chair the night before, so.
And they didn't give us the amendment until 10 o'clock.
The day before.
So we couldn't make any official move. We had to wait like 4 or 5 days. And so I know they're trying to be tedious with the wording, but I actually asked them to put it in writing.
That didn't happen.
Right? I
Yeah.
mean, I will not be gaslighted on this, so. I should have recorded though, but we thought we could do some trust. And some relationship building on what we learned last year, and we got a lot of shame, blame, and gaslighting. It's just not gonna happen. Not only we're talking about that, but doing.
Madam Speaker, I have a meeting at 1 upstairs that I have to get to, so, so I do want to eat because I'm starving. It's great food, but if we can do it all, if you guys don't mind if I eat one.
Well, you want to defer, we could defer to Senator Pinto. Okay, so first, you want to just introduce yourself, or do you feel like you know everyone in the room?
I think everybody knows one. Probably the only that represents most of the nation. So thank you guys all for coming. And welcome to the Capitol. I don't know if anybody's first time here. Me. Okay, so it can be overwhelming sometimes because it just goes round and round, especially if you're lost, and then even with the ground floor and the first floor distinguishing that. But we do have staff. You're welcome to my office and ask as many questions as you can. Ask me questions. It's really a learning experience, and even some stuff we don't divulge, but there are ways. And I also welcome, not just speaking to me, but some of my other legislators, depending on what your issue is, especially when we talk about education. So I sit on that committee as a member of Senate Education, and also I'm the chair of the Indian Rural Cultural Affairs Committee. And most of you probably know the history behind of me taking this seat as far as my grandfather and then what he did, and especially with this department, the Indian Affairs Department, and that creation and cultivating and actually building it back up after we had I don't want to really bring the bipartisan politics in it, but that we know we don't really get that much support from the other side of the aisle. But, you know, that door and having that discussion with them sometimes really needs to happen also. If our side is not really being responsive, to the needs of our people. And not just the Navajo Nation, but the, Pueblos and the other tribes. So that was one thing. Speaking with the other chair on the House side, our chairwoman, Representative Wanda Johnson, was that these discussions that happen here, you know, if there is conflict between our nation's tribes and pueblos on certain issues, that it do be ironed out within the leadership before it comes before me or before her. Because it, you know, once that goes on record, it is public, because we're transparent, our meetings are recorded and put out there. And I know we have some issues right now with this, certain bills right now, but there are also some other bills that are out there that I've tried to also make sure that our representation is there. And we'd like to think at this time and age, especially with the younger generation coming in, is that it would have been automatic. That a lot of this funding was accessible by our tribes, nations, and pueblos because we pay taxes too. We contribute to the economy, not just on the reservation, off the reservation. And that is one thing that we still have to reiterate and make sure we have that representation within those bills and making sure our higher educational institutions, even the Head Starts, that there's access. And it's interesting because even the last session with that and tribal communities and tribes, nations, and pueblos on that last line that we have to make sure that it's there. But I think we're almost about 400 bills this session that have been introduced. Some have allocations. It is a different session because it's the governor's prerogative to give some of those unless there's appropriation or resolutions in that. And I know we really want to establish that federal relationship with them. But if you need the state support to lift that up another step, if our United States is not listening to us, come and ask us. Those memorials are there for a reason. Okay, to really send that message and document it that this state is behind the nation or whatever we're trying to, whatever you're advocating for, to push it to them. But the governor and all of us are standing behind the nation to make any of those changes with the federal, any kind of federal budget. I could go on and on and on, but really it's about you guys and us hearing what you need from us and moving forward. And if there's any issues right now, a lot of you already have my contact information. We talk about very many different subjects when you come into my office, and it is hard to get hold of me because during the session, because I can see, you know, we're on the floor right now, and some of those votes are very important that we're also there to make sure that, like I said, that they see us here, that we are still here and we need to be represented. So I hope the selection year that maybe we'll have some more representation on the floor to help support our tribes, nations, and pueblos, really how this state is, you know, we have 23, well, 24. And then I think there is another tribe that's trying to be recognized again to come back in, and that's gonna be another discussion we're gonna have to see how that falls through. And thank you for Representative came to stop by. She's busy too. Would you like to say a little bit about?
And join us at the table. Have you eaten yet, Heather?
Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon. I can't stay long. We have a bill on the floor. So, everybody looks familiar and beautiful. I'm State Representative Maureen Wanda Johnson. I represent House District 5, McKinley and San Juan counties, East Gallup, and 15 Navajo chapters. And this is my 10th year, my 5th term, and I am your chairwoman of state government, elections, and Indian affairs. And then during the interim committee meetings, I'm chair of Indian affairs along with our Senator Pinto.
We're on the House floor now. We're hearing a bill and I ran up here real quick to say hi and see how you were doing. And I'll stay for a few minutes, but just want to say that much. Yeah, it's April. It's a hat. Ja, ani wasze ścień, na nasz jeszcze ścień, da się ćwiczyć, da się na ja, što się lots of relatives.
Oh,
Well, yeah, thank you. We have a booklet for you as you travel down, please grab some food, and we appreciate it. It's tips and dip, but secretary and deputy, so you see the dynamic of Navajo and how much of an investment we have here and how critical our voice is in Santa Fe. So, secretary and deputy, you have the floor. I love your bolo guard. It's so beautiful, isn't it? So now as all those arrows come to you, you just go.
I'm gonna defer to Deputy real quick. I do gotta get going, but I think we're gonna talk about. I do wanna dedicate time to be able to have with you guys, so I'm sorry it's such a busy day for me. I just got back from North Dakota, yesterday, and so I'm like flying into meetings today and tomorrow, and so it's really busy. But I'd like to visit so that we actually have time, and if I need to come up to Navajo Nation to meet with you all there, that's fine with me. We can, Deputy is gonna visit a little bit.
So before you leave, secretary, and I hope you enjoyed the food and deputy, critical themes. We've been working a lot on capital outlay. And we've had, former deputy secretaries come out and make sure, that we completely understand what are some of the challenges. So that continues to be one of our priorities. Of course, this, Indian Education Trust Fund Health Bill, 134. We have 70% of the native population, with our schools. And we want, that equitable representation and distribution, because we have other funding that is equally distributed. And so we have 40,000 plus Navajo students in the New Mexico system.
And that's public school. Is that aside from, the schools on the nation, or is that inclusive? Okay. Separate. So,
Yeah, schools is a separate number in our private schools.
okay.
So you could access this and we'll get you that information.
That would be.
Because that's a
super helpful.
dramatic, that's why we're saying we're at 70%, so we'll provide that information. And then the third issue is an ongoing conversation from our caucus meeting in Albuquerque, where I asked for the state response from our missing and murdered, who were taken from the city of Gallup. And so we're still waiting for a response from the state. And I appreciate, Senator Munoz bringing up a bill that will start tracking on when someone's Medicaid is used, but we still need that state response because we're supporting the joint bill from Senator Pinto asking for a task force to be developed in the Attorney General's office. Because as a former task force member, I can, frankly say the way we were treated, there's gonna be a need for a lot of mending and rehabilitation. And so on Navajo Nation, we've created our own task force. We meet twice a month and we've invited your team. And so we want to echo that. We're looking forward to that report to Navajo Nation. So we meet hybrid, so you don't necessarily need to travel to Window Rock, but we have, a 3-branch agreement, and we work with judicial, executive, and legislative. And something that this caucus is working on is Navajo Nation is the governing body of the nation through our Navajo Nation laws. And so we are the individuals who will set the position for the Navajo Nation. And so that's important because we want to see more consultation on state issues. And we also want to work with our legislature so they understand who speaks on behalf of Navajo. It's not someone who's in a different capacity unless you have a council resolution or a committee resolution or a letter from the speaker. And we just submitted a letter from Office of President, joint letter with the speaker.
Okay.
So those are our takeaways that we need you to know as secretary. Speaker, was there anything else that you needed for secretary before she has to transition to our next meeting?
Not exactly, but just those main 3 points, and then we can get you a copy of that letter that we decided a few minutes ago with the president and myself. Regarding some of the position that we took on HB 134. I know that one is on our top of our list, today and tomorrow. So even drafting up the amendments, we want to be, just treat it fairly equally. But we can get that resolution to you, to your office as well, but you're more than welcome to jump on any of the New Mexico caucus calls. And we're very flexible in our time of event with our caucus chair. But in terms of capital outlay, we just want to be all on the same page with you. I am, with our taxers and myself and, just bridging that gap.
Yeah, I would love to visit about that. The capital outlay, I think that'll be a longer discussion, just so I make sure, because I think I heard the HB 134. Navajo Nation does not want a task force at all.
No.
Okay, and that was fed to the sponsor. And so, I know that Deputy mentioned, well, Navajo didn't outright, oppose the amendment. And this is where it gets muddy on our side. That amendment also includes language from, the Legislative Education Study Committee. So in that amendment, they changed some of the funding, like there was gonna be 12.5 million or 5%. So that amendment, you cannot say that was a Navajo Nation amendment, because that included other areas that we have not even discussed. So that's why we said, well, support the creation of the trust fund. We still don't know where the other $50 million come from to make the 100 million, and we do not support the task force instead.
Is that in the letter that you just now signed, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
So could Chair send that to us? Or Madam Chair, could you send that over?
Yeah. Did you want to have any comments on the letter that Governor sent to us, asking us about capital outlay? Or is that a conversation we need to have?
Yeah, I think, well, I think we're gonna visit tomorrow. Are you gonna visit tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll have that.
Yeah, but if there's anything, feel free to reach out to me. I feel sorry. I mean, I feel bad that I
No,
told
we
you guys
read you.
earlier now. I'm sorry.
You came back.
Thank you.
You came
Thought I was
You came back.
today.
You came back and we read you, we're good.
But reach out to me if there's anything, feel free, and then deputy will follow up with, and then if we can, like I said, if there's another meeting we need to schedule that, we can do that.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Khan, Honorable Vice Chair. The question though at hand is, I first of all want to say that we didn't get invited to this meeting today. And I'm sorry that we can't be here collectively for an hour, but talking with Madam Secretary, we will come out next week to Navajo Nation if we have to, and meet with you all, if it's in Gallup or somewhere. Or if you want to come back here, Madam Chair, we can meet. But tomorrow you're meeting with the governor. I guess the aspect on it is we're trying to understand that letter, would be more of an issue that you would definitely want to talk to the governor with, Madam Chair. Because that was a direct letter from the governor to yourself, Madam Speaker, and to the caucus, and so Navajo Nation can have that discussion. But Madam Chair, if there needs to be something, a meeting specifically, we heard from Secretary just now that we're more than welcome to come out as early as we can next week.
Okay.
I don't know when that would be, but the sooner the better we get a notice, then we can go ahead and meet, and we can put that in, arrange those details. Yeah.
Appreciate that, Chair.
But the focal point on those three, okay. The New Mexico Indian Affairs Department definitely can start helping assist capital outlay, working together with Mr. Wasetta and Mr. Mitchell. But I think the other area that we need to really get a grasp on too, Madam Chair, is that the other issues that we're not talking about, and some of those other issues that we're not talking about is those 4 points that you're bringing up. Those are some good issues, but I think that maybe we can build a bigger agenda to start bringing in other individuals from other agencies. Because the use of the tribal liaisons from the other areas, speaking from as a former delegate of the Navajo Nation, They would never come to our caucus meetings, and I think the pinpoint is really trying to identify where those are at and relatively try to bring those up. The other thing too as well, Madam Chair, is that the Mexico Indian Affairs Department oversees some specific funding that would be relatively supportive in order for Navajo Nation to apply for. And I'm talking about funding that is coming from the Energy Transition Act that helps in your area, in the Four Corners region, that needs to be helped to be identified and spent within Hickory and the Navajo Nation. The second thing is really trying to identify that we do have an MMIW program under the New Mexico Indian Affairs, and that's led by Melanie Delmar. And I just found out Ms. Delmar is the daughter of Jesse, our former division director there at the Navajo Nation. And Ms. Delmar is really focused. She's actually in BC. She received a national award yesterday. And so on her efforts, and if there's anything that she needs to do to help assist, and maybe we can bring her out too to help focus on what specifics that council is looking at. The last component, Madam Chair, is that the Navajo Nation has an opportunity to apply for grant funding for behavioral health dollars directly from the Mexico Indian Affairs. To date, the only program that has applied for funding for behavioral health is Canyon Cito, Tahajala. And they applied for a $60,000 grant, and they were awarded that $60,000 grant. Navajo Nation to date has not applied for any more of those funds. But I think that the focus is that we really need to help assist on some of those. Right now, there's funding that's available immediately on the Energy Transition Act. There's $1.8 million that's available, and that Navajo needs to take a lead, help assist in that. And New Mexico Indian Affairs will be here to help assist with those in order to get those down. Some of those funds have been identified already to help assist in food sustainability programs. And the other ones is really trying to help assist some of the colleges. And I think working together with Navajo Prep too as well, and trying to start some kind of initiative is also an issue that we can start working on. So there's a lot of things we can still discuss, and you all have well, I don't think Honorable Claw doesn't have my number, but everyone else has my number. And I'm very thankful that Honorable Claw is here to see the greatest state capital in the whole United States, the Roundhouse. And you see that with the power and representation that Navajo has, Madam Chair, here in the Roundhouse. And the efforts that we have in New Mexico Indian Affairs is here to help assist in that effort to making sure that we can go ahead and move together. I know I can't be biased to specifically one tribe, but I can help assist in making sure that they're all together right now. The Navajo Nation has collectively $120 million, actually $116 million that the state has given over to the nation. And that's not just in capital that's not just with capital outlay, but that's with aging funds that Navajo Nation Daltex oversees, but also has a pinpoint of operations for additional funding that's available to the nation through grant dollars. Deputy Frederick, I think she's still here.
If you're
Yeah.
able to join us, have you eaten?
No, she hasn't eaten. She had to feed her.
Here.
So,
Get it now. And from now on.
the other focus is that, there's two different areas of interest, departments within New Mexico Indian Affairs. And I'm so glad Deputy Fredericks is here. Her focus is, she's a lead over New Mexico Capital Outlay and really trying to identify. And Lawrence John actually works under her and her team. And she leads the team in Navajo, or for the state of New Mexico. And there's a collaborative effort that we're trying to work on And I know that some representatives, we just met with the Navajo Nation president at New Mexico Indian Affairs Department, and his focus is really trying to pinpoint how we can come up with a strategic plan to draw down on the funds that was given to Navajo, because he's saying that he's getting some pushback or getting some responses from meeting with legislators this morning, and that they're just wondering altogether, why is Navajo having a problem spending some of these funds? One thing that we did concentrate on, though, I think that was a really good tentative point that was brought up, Madam Chair, was that Madam Secretary Monet indicated that she was willing to work with the Navajo Nation once we get our new general counsel on, and working together with BITA and Navajo Nation Department of Justice to possibly relook at the intergovernmental agreement to say that we can come up with those recommendations and changes to, so it can be an easier process. And that was something that was commitment that was given to the president this morning at that meeting, Madam Chair. So I think that that's a outlook on the other program side of New Mexico Indian Affairs. You have behavioral health, you have environmental that oversees the ETA funds, those Energy Transition Act dollars. You have MMIW, that's led by Ms. Delmar. And then there's also a policy initiative person, so Ray Tafoya, who really helps on some of these initiatives and looks to better adjust wanting to repaint the picture of New Mexico Indian Affairs Department, that we're here to help assist with nation tribes and pueblos. So again, I don't want to take up too much time. I know that you're relatively very busy and with everybody here, but I could give some time over to Deputy Fredericks and all for her to elaborate on some of the programs that she worked in the field as well.
Everything we said. Yes, I do oversee the administrative services side, so I overlook Lawrence John, who is our TIP capital outlay manager. And he has been with the department for a very long time, and he's really well versed in TIP capital outlay. We have, as a department, struggled to keep staff there, and it's been a lot of turnover for the past couple of years, so really determined. I've been kind of taking on the HR role as well, trying to get people hired. And so we have someone starting on Monday, also a general counsel to be starting on Monday. And in another 3 weeks, we'll have someone else come on for the TIP capital outlay side, and we have interviews scheduled next week to fill the other account auditor position and the last TIP capital outlay position. So we'll have four TIP capital outlay supervisor or administrators and one manager. So we'll have 5. So we should really be getting things out the door. And the secretary and I are super organized. So we want to have like IGAs all ready to go like July 1st. So that way we can, once we know what all the funding is and where it's going, we can just get them out right away. And as Deputy mentioned this morning as well, there was a discussion about trying to make the process a bit more streamlined and to move it a little bit faster. So if we can try to do like some kind of executive order or something that we can then, have these IGAs go through a faster process, than the 164. I think, get all the numbers confused, but so yeah, that's something that we're really wanting to work on, try and get money out as quickly as we can. And so, just to also let you know, I sent out, then Secretary Mountain sent out a letter in regards to some federal matching funding. So another thing too, if you have any federal projects that you are working on and are applying for and need that federal match, please send me a letter explaining what the project is. And IAD would be able to provide a letter of support saying that, yes, if this project is granted, we have the money to give you as the match. So we have 5 million, well, it's a little bit less than that, but around 12 million to do that.
Perfect. Just letting our team know. Yeah, for project for federal match.
Yes, yeah.
Just a last point, Madam Chair, to colleagues, I mean, former colleagues.
We're your constituents now. I think.
The last thing I want to say is that, our component for us to give out funding is still on a reimbursement basis. But the strenuous process is only in capital outlay.
Right.
If we're gonna draw down funds that are available for the Energy Transition Act funding or for the behavioral health dollars that are with New Mexico ID, and if Navajo is gonna be a part of that or wants to apply for those aren't as strenuous. You don't have to do a notice of obligation. Once you just get the intergovernmental agreement signed, the contract signed, you're good to go. So it's an open door for behavioral health, and I think that's something that we really want to make sure that story is told out there too as well. So just as Navajo has some issues with employment, with the vacancies, I can honestly tell you right now, Madam Chair, and to the colleagues, Madam Speaker, that we have a number of vacancies that we're trying to make sure that we fill, because as Deputy just now indicated, that the fulfillment of these vacancies is really gonna help fulfill, making sure that we can get some of these IGAs out as quickly as possible, and making sure that the road that we're on our side can only help to move it a lot faster. But I think that when we're coming back down to it, everybody knows what the 164 process is internally on the Navajo side. And that conversation internally still can be worked on. And I think that's something that we can definitely help out as much as we can just on our side. But I think the road to success is still having these collaborative meetings in order for us to making sure that those drawdowns happen quicker.
Perfect, appreciate that. So I was just looking on your website, Deputy Secretary Damon, and you're not on here yet. You might be in limbo, I don't know, but thank you, just teasing.
Our website is still under construction. It was supposed to have been done January 1st. We're revamping it, so it's much easier. So it's not really his fault.
It's okay, we could blame it on the intern. But Deputy Frederick?
Yes.
Frederick, I appreciate it. We met at Upper Fruitland, so they came to do a meet and greet with all of the chapters who are doing capital outlay. We had a really good, I don't know, I would say maybe about 30 chapters. Yeah, quite a few chapters who came out to get an update, so that's a great response that we're seeing from the office to come out to the community, because it is to come all the way to Santa Fe, that does take a lot, and they'll be here for Indian Day. But I think if we could have that conversation, or also virtual options, because there are some chapters that are set up, and I know for delegates, it'd be nice to have that hybrid conversation, just the wear and tear, but it's good to be able to feed one another, but we also want to be safe on the roads. And so I know Secretary went out to one of our caucus meetings, and she said she was white knuckling it out, and so we just want to make sure that we're safe.
Like it snowed like 4 inches. It was crazy. Like the one day. But yes, if I may, yes, now that we are going to be fully staffed, we will have that opportunity to get out and get more training. So that is the main goal. And then we're also trying to do them record it and put it on our website so that everybody can access it anytime.
Okay, I just want to ask one question.
Just on that one before, sorry. Just to elaborate, last week and continuously today, Orange John, Mr. John, he's relatively having his outreach meetings to the communities.
Right.
And I think just last week he had over 85 individuals attend, either virtually or in person. The majority of those are from Navajo. So that is happening right now on the food test, in order for one, to get the chapters and communities that navigate relatively up to date on the chip process, but also giving an update on the chapter outlet. So that's happening right now. And that's the reason why Mr. John, unfortunately, is not here right now, is because he's out there teaching Indian country how to apply for state funding.
Wonderful. Wonderful. We appreciate that. Thank you. So when we talk about the Energy Transition Act. Actually, the office prior to both of you coming on board, issued out awards to Navajo nonprofits for the food initiatives. But then it's our understanding those were rolled back because of some internal processes. So could you give us an update where we're at with those, yes.
Yes, prior to me coming on, there were a little bit of confusion on the process, but because the amounts were over 60,000, RFP process needed to be done, and that was not. So what, our office is doing now is we're reaching out to those entities that were or that they wanted to give the awards to, and to other kind of nonprofits, and I think Navajo Tech as well, and maybe San Juan College. But we're trying to do the 60,000 amount, because that does not require an RFP or any other process. So we're trying to get that money out the door as well. But as it's a much smaller amount, but we're trying as much as we can to do that.
So what's gonna happen to the money that, I'm just trying to figure out where's the money going then? So if you're gonna lower the amount, what are you gonna do with the surplus? Because you awarded a certain amount, and now if you lower it, what's gonna happen to the surplus? Are you gonna open that up for?
Because
we don't wanna lose that money.
No, it's not gonna be lost. We're thinking we don't want it to get reverted or whatever. We're hopefully all of that funding will be extended, but anyways, so what we're doing is we do have certain, I forget the exact numbers, but we have up to a certain amount that's going to the $60,000, 60,000 to these different organizations that have something to do with food crops, or I can't remember what the other things are, but there's different organizations that were kind of mentioned. And then the other, because the schools don't have to go to this, do this RFP process or anything. So the chunk of that, the rest of the remaining money is gonna go to the schools. So that, like Navajo Tech and San Juan College, because they can also use that as different, towards either educational use and other energy or fields that deal with the energy or whatever.
Right, so we could have, I would say, I don't know if we need a consultation, we definitely need to have a further discussion on this, because San Juan College is off the Navajo Nation. So we have the Net College that is in Shiprock, and we have Navajo Technical University, which is in Crown Point. And so, as you mentioned, like the area that it impacts, I think, San Juan College, I thought they already received an allocation. So we could just have a conversation and let our delegates know what's been awarded. And, because it's community-based groups now that are, I think they were in, I don't wanna say like over 200,000. I thought they were gonna get even like 500,000. I don't wanna say, but now they'll get less than 60. So that's good, right, it's dramatically lower. And so we could talk about if the schools can handle it, but maybe the intent is still to work with the community on these community-led projects. And I don't know the capacity of San Juan College, but I know like Adenet College, who's a land grant institution, can have that conversation. If I could recall those four nonprofits, we're talking about food revitalization, and also building up the pipeline for sustainability. Maybe it's like farm to table type schools. So we would like an opportunity on, I mean, we could go back to the caucus, but have that conversation with, and then have a conversation with Senator Pinto and our Representative Allison, because those are their constituents that were impacted.
Sure.
So do we need to formally do that? This is what I need to know from the state. I'm fine with everything written memos, but then do we need a memo to request that, or how do we request that from the caucus to the office?
I think the response that we can do is when we do meet, and again, Madam Chair, I look to your guidance on when that recommendation will be to meet as early as next week, as you heard Secretary earlier state that, and at that time give a formal update on there's five organizations that were awarded. Out of those 5 organizations internally within New Mexico Indian Affairs, they indicate that those 5 recipients would be the first individuals first organizations that would be that we would allow to be funded. And if there was any other organizations that were needing to be, wanted to apply, that could happen. But that can be as an update as we possibly, a formal update as we possibly can, as early as next week, and give you the details further on that. I think the goal right now is that today that originally when the, I always say FTE, but it's ETA, Energy Transition Act dollars were given. There was a total amount of 2.5 million that was supposed to be allocated, specifically, but that was dropped down to only $1.8 million. So we're gonna fund those, organizations at up to a threshold of $60,000. And there's 5 of them, so that's gonna be 300,000. So there'll be $1.5 million left over.
Yeah.
We can allocate funding to organizations that are tribes, that we don't have to follow that we are still following the New Mexico State Procurement Code that can receive more than $60,000 threshold. So that's the reason why that's why we're turning towards organizations like Navajo Nation, Diné College, or Navajo Technical University, because those organizations can be part of the discussion that can receive more funding than the $60,000 threshold.
Perfect.
Yeah.
As long as we
Just like-
outline the intent.
Just like how but we have to remember that one of the areas of interest is that that's a difference in the Navajo, or in the New Mexico State Procurement Code that I'm just understanding too, Madam Chair, is that if you're a 501c3 or an organization that's not tied to a tribe, that's specifically, that you're only allowed up to $60,000. If you're a nation, pueblo, or tribe, you're allocated to receive additional funds that can exceed that $60,000 threshold.
Could you look, and we'll schedule a meeting next week, if it's either here in person or a call. And we'll defer also to Senator Pinto. I know you're extremely busy, but this is critical in this conversation with the EPA. It's chaptered on what their status is, if they also could benefit from some of this funding, if they're considered like as a school. So there's a certain provision they'll utilize Navajo Nation's status. And so if you could just look into that before our next meeting, and then we could have a conversation. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's not 501c, but it's another kind of thing, but it's somehow they're tied into it. Plus you're like certified chapters, then they could enter into the agreements. And they need to be the hub. And we could talk, right now for Navajo Nation, who represents us, are you gonna still convene? Because we met with the conveners in our last council, we hadn't met this council. So is there any reason why they would have to convene for the EPA, or we're beyond that? In the Energy Transition Act?
I think that's something that I will definitely go back and give you an answer on that, Madam Chair. Because I'll be honest, I can't answer that question right now.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, you taught me well.
What do they say? Fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. So,
Yes.
thank you. Because I think it was, Delegate Wilson Stewart was on as a convener, but, since then, so we would have to talk about who would represent Navajo Nation. Do you have any questions on the, Energy Transition Act?
There's a lot to say.
Okay. We're feeding you, Okay, but we'll have that follow up.
I think it just needs to be if you can also include, I know, I forgot which department was workforce. I know that has to be that gap too between the Indian Affairs and them as well, because they shared several updates with me just verbally. But if we can include both entities and both departments, I think we could get that same update at the same time, because I know there was a whole public education that happened, but there's also needs to be next steps from leadership of what to do.
And I think with that workforce development, there was actually a consultation. And we had let the state know, the Secretary of Labor, so this is like the conversation, that, why wasn't the Nick College part of that conversation? to rehabilitate those workers, or if it was extended to the families. Like, and she had mentioned at the time, like, the gynecologist is kind of in the discussion, but we didn't get clear idea, and everything was really based at San Juan College. And it funded, I think it was $14 million, and it funded the workforce there at San Juan College. But we showed how, you know, on Navajo Nation, it's different, especially like traveling. And so they were saying at the time of the consultation, they had low turnout. And we were saying, well, maybe go to the chapters. I saw that they did go to the chapters, but we wouldn't want to see something like at the college, like expanding this workforce to their family members. Like, what does that look like?
Yeah.
But as you learn more, Josh, then let us know, and then we'll be prepared for that conversation. I think it'll be a multifaceted conversation because it's so complicated. But, you know, on our end, we'll beef up on our end, and then we'll get ready to meet next week.
The history of that is just it's irritating, because they tell you, this is what we were gonna give you, and the fund decrease. And now we were talking millions, now we're saying, oh, 60,000, how much? And that's where, and I wanted the mine in my district, but they didn't want to give it to me, so I think that really says a lot about why that money's going, where it's going, or where they're trying to direct it.
So we're up by force. Yeah, so we'll continue to raise some of our concerns and issues. And so, I think that was, I don't know, like, has it been a year since the consultation? It's been at least 10 months, so we should have some update from Department of Labor on what's happening with that $14 million. Because, you know, the state funding, although decisions are made here, we're trying to see how does that impact Navajo Nation. And if you don't know, the school district there, Central Consolidated, they said since the mine closures and the impact that they had, before that, maybe estimating about 100 children that were considered homeless or didn't have stable homes. And now that number is up to 600. So what are we going to do as a state to respond to those closures when the parents have to leave to find jobs other places? And then the children are left there with Che and their nollies, but now they're considered displaced because they're, you know, sleeping on the couch, trying to do the best they can. Because that's where we'll continue to bring that together. That's why I wanted to know first, are the conveners still coming together? If not, then we'll work with your office to see how do we continue to have that conversation about the impact of these closures in our communities.
Yeah.
And the lack of investment, because yeah, it's been millions. We'll shower you with money and then we get pennies to split. Okay.
Great.
Appreciate that one. Okay, so then I just want to go back, let's see, behavioral health. We did have Division Director, Ms. Russell. Did you have any comments on behavioral health and the grant opportunities from the state, or do you work with a tribal liaison? Or how can we work together with the caucus and our deputy secretaries there?
Certainly, thank you for giving me some time to speak to the opportunity. I think, first of all, I don't think we were aware of the.
Oh, just introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, Kim Russell with the Navajo Department of Health, and I'm the executive director for the health department for the nation. So I don't think we were aware of the opportunity. So if anything, we'd like to know a little bit more about it. But I do want to say, when it comes to behavioral health and really healthcare overall, what I need is the people. I need the counselor, the psychiatrist. I need that. And I know we're in a health professional shortage area across the whole nation, especially for behavioral health providers. But of course, even more so in tribal nations, and of course, Navajo, even more so of course, our rural status sometimes doesn't help in that. So if the dollars can help with recruiting, retaining providers, training providers, that's what I would want the dollars to be. I talk about the buildings of like detox facilities and really any other healthcare facilities. It's great to do that, but if I don't have those providers in there to provide that service, it's just a facility. So I'll give you an example of the Chinle Sober Living Center. That was supposed to be a treatment center. And in order for have that center to provide treatment, you need a PhD level provider and then all of their counselors are underneath that, right? So we are desperate for those PhD level providers because we need that highest scope of practice provider so that all the other counselors and providers fall under their license to then provide that service. So if anything, I'm happy to look further into that behavioral health opportunity. But in the end, I need the actual human resource, that trained, educated behavioral health provider for our nation. And we'll be happy to follow up with you.
Let me just plug, because I'm one of the sponsors too of the liquor excise tax bill. And that's where we really tried to open the door for any nonprofits, any programs, whether they're tribal or tribal grants to be accessed through there. And I don't know, the secretary is aware of that. But they worked on it. We're really close, and that is one of the biggest things. And there's pushback saying, well, we're taxing our poor people. Where are they gonna? And I was like, but that opportunity has to be there for them to grasp on when they decide to stop. And I don't think it's a liquor tax, but marijuana's been legalized. I don't think we've really seen the repercussions of doing that in our youth, in our, for our young people. So it's a liquor excise tax, but I really see it as a substance abuse tax. Because we need the infrastructure and we need to build. I'd rather have a career doctor, psychiatrist come in to contribute economically, because they'll be living in the community. They pay taxes too, but they're professionals. But that has to be built from the ground up. We don't have the foundation near enough to tackle what we need to tackle. And a lot of you guys know there's a waiting list. And even when they are stopped for DWI, how do we keep them from being incarcerated? Well, if there's no program there for the judge to tell them you have to complete this program, and they're sitting there on the way, well, guess what? They have to do jail time. Okay, so there's these alternatives, but that bill is one of my main priorities on getting through the House side. There is some pushback from rent aid and those on house tax and appropriations again, because they're trying to decrease that amount that we're trying to raise, and we're trying to raise a little over 200 million. Right now, the state's budget is allocated 50 million, but only 25 actually gets spent. The rest gets put back into the general fund. But this money and this bill, the way it's set up, they can't take that money from it. It will have to be spent, and it will revolve if it's not spent for that particular thing. So that's one big thing I'm trying to push this session.
And if I might add, on our nation, our competitors are IHS and the 688. Those are our competitors for behavioral health counselors, medical doctors, nurses, all healthcare providers. Those are our competitors, right? But they provide housing as an incentive, right? They provide loaner payments, they provide scholarship, they provide moving costs. And for the nation, we don't provide any of those recruitment retention options to our providers. So we're really a training ground for a lot of the providers who then go to IHS. So we're at a disadvantage in that regard. So going back to the behavioral health programming, the grant, if it could help in those areas, I think it can really help us move things forward. It's good to have funding to provide behavioral health services, but you need the provider, and that's what we're really lacking.
The same thing's happening with education. We raised the salary for education. Now our teachers are leaving the VIE schools, going to the public schools because they're getting paid more. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah.
We still keep trying, and then we're gonna have the same thing too with the state police. The governor's initiative have the state police paid at the highest level. Well, guess where our police are going to go? Where, we're gonna have a shortage, and not just the city police, the sheriff's department, all the way around. So some of those, and yes, I understand we need to raise the bar, but we also, for our rule, and especially for Navajo Nation, to really kind of support that parity has to happen where we're not competing. Because when we decided to do early childhood, I did not want to have our people competing, our Navajo Head Start competing with the public school Head Start for our kids. But yet the teachers, our parents talk now, social media, who has the better teacher? And I see overflow at some of our public schools because the parents talking, they're like, that's a great teacher, and we want our kid to be in there. And then they leave this other aspect, and then the teacher moves or something, then it goes back the other way. That instability for our kids to not have that consistency in those schools hurts us. So just be aware of that, but it is happening on the education.
Chairman, I
side.
make one more point.
So, well, I just wanna respect, because we're having a conversation here and we have the deputy secretaries here where, and so what I wanna just go back to this conversation. So, we'll continue to have this internal dialogue with our representative, but we appreciate that you let us know that there's grant funding. So now we'll move forward in our internal discussions and see how the department can help. And by the time we meet next week, then our Division of Health can let us know what are some of, now you'll have a chance to review those grants and then see what would be some of the challenges. And we don't know if telehealth is an option. My concern is, of course, with all of this business in Arizona, but now in New Mexico, it's my understanding some of either the state Medicaid funding or Medi-Cal funding, or if there's specific tribal funding. What they're telling me is you can get trained in 5 days and be considered a counselor. And then they could pop up anywhere and they give counseling and then charge. And that's happening in New Mexico. Because in Northern Agency, they wanted Navajo to invest in it. I said, absolutely not. And so I just need to know, and so let's bring that on the radar. If you could help me understand what, I'm pretty sure it's a state bill, and if it's a 5-day to be a counselor. I've never heard of that. Our Hotapis are apprentices for a number of years. So you can't even spin it for like cultural consideration. Someone who's doing 5 days, that's a recipe for disaster in our future.
Great.
So Deputy, what I want to make sure is we didn't know your time commitment. Where are you guys at in terms of time?
30 minutes ago. we're supposed to be-
Okay, 30 minutes ago. So let's do a takeaway. So I hope you enjoyed the food. Please, go ahead, Senator.
One of the things, the discussion is that any tribal funding and a lot of the grants, we're trying to make sure it flows through IAD, so you're not there, we're cut out for you, with all this budget stuff.
Okay.
I think that's what most of them prefer, is that we know all that money's funneling and that's who you need to contact is them
Okay.
on that part.
Yeah.
And the Medicare, I'm trying to learn.
Let me go down, I'll be back up. When you think you fix something, something else pops up. So I appreciate it. So as we crack down in speaker, so we'll have that meeting next week, but this is kind of a primer. This is what Navajo loves to do. So we'll talk about the issues and then have an in-depth. Our team here, Ms. Jim, will you be helping us contact with the Indian Affairs Department? These too many acronyms for Navajo Nation State, that's, because then the other challenge is going back to capital outlay. So as the administrator, we have a listing. So if you have this book, the deputy secretary get the book.
Yeah,
I have one, I
Okay.
left it at the office.
No problem. Just in the book, there's some of our recommendations from our divisions who actually try to move the money internally on Navajo. So we could have that conversation next week and building that relationship. Because what we want, again, is not only the IGA, but if the funding's reimbursable or reimbursed, that puts a burden on Navajo Nation. And so we're looking at direct grants. So the state of Arizona, what did they give us? $60 million? And we just received like a check for like $10 million from the state of Arizona. So we didn't have to do all of this, like bless the heart of the state, they give us funding. But it's the most challenging funding that happens. And so we want to just set ourselves up for success. And I think we could do that working together. I want to know, Speaker, and we'll come back with our team, and I apologize, there wasn't a formal invitation. Sometimes I'm just like a lone wolf. I'm like, where does my calendar say? Okay, I'll be there. And so apologize for the lack of formal invitation, but I'm glad that you were able to accommodate our schedule. And we'll connect with the Office of President and Vice President, because our goal is to be united so that you're not saying one story to the president and one story to delegates. We'll get there. We'll get there together. And so are you able to join us tomorrow? We're meeting with the governor at noon, at 12. It's at 12 a.m., but I don't think so, 12 p.m.
That's my hour.
I thought he said it was like. Stuff knows, like, after 4 o'clock, I'm done, and I'll see you at 4 o'clock in the morning. So can you join us tomorrow? What's your schedule like? If you could join us with the governor, we'll be meeting with the governor. We have from 12 to 1:30. And I think it's important as we build up this relationship and now knowing the vision from the governor's office and how it's directed to secretary, deputy secretary, and some of our priorities.
Yeah. Madam Chair, just, I guess a wrap up. One is that we can work together to try to formulate, I just now asked the secretary to, what her schedule is like right next week, in order to get those days locked down. And I know that we said it would be really nice to get, to meet with y'all out in Navajo. But we are in the heat of a legislative session right now. And if there was any possible way to have that discussion here, in Santa Fe, that would be really helpful with the team members. Especially if we're talking about the staffing, if you want to meet more on capital outlay, more on behavioral health, more on EPA, and then we'll have all the team members available. The other component is that you did indicate directly to secretary on those 4 initiatives. Right? And I think that those 4 initiatives, we talked about those. And then the last one is really trying to get that voice, or the response on what the state is doing. On some of the repercussion or some of the things that have happened in the border town, specifically in Gallup, with individuals taking and abuse of access in the state of Arizona. I think together we can work together on a response specifically from Indian Affairs, but I think the more objective is really trying to focus into as well on the response from the Attorney General's office and from public safety, and that's something that maybe we can possibly try to collectively get a response to help assist. But I think we can definitely try to invite their departments over to get that response. But again, we just want to make sure that we're relatively working on getting some of these things done. The last thing, Madam Chair, is that you're focusing on grant or the way that now Navajo receives the funding from the state on capital outlay that you just now indicated on how the state of Arizona does it, and they basically give grant funding. That's a conversation that I know the Navajo Nation has put together in its position statement and priorities to give grant funding directly. As we know right now, we're on a reimbursement basis. And the goals in that is really try to make sure that legislators know as well that that's the position of the Navajo Nation. As we on the executive side of the field, is really trying to implement the focus in on that, but really trying to make sure that that is being done. So I think that, conversation can have with legislators too as well. Navajo wants to advocate for that. But we can definitely make sure be there tomorrow at the meeting, but really try to make sure that we come together. I haven't got a response back from secretary yet. I did text her just now to see what her availability was next week, but I think we can get something locked down by the end of the day before you leave, Madam Chair. And the last thing I just want to say is that we did receive, I just now forwarded that over to Deputy 2 as well, that letter that was from you, Madam Speaker, and that you and the President just signed. I got that from Jared, so we got that letter so we can dissect that. Yeah.
So, just for we want to make sure, and I believe it's in the letter, capital outlay dollars has a history, and we recognize that history of the funding. So it should not be commingled with this, part of the attempt to fix some of the, disparities of the Yazzie Martinez case with the education trust fund. So we agree on the trust fund and its establishment, but our challenge right now is the task force, because we need equity. And we may have to look at what does that conversation look like, because what the sponsor mentioned when we spoke with him and his staff was saying they're using a formula that the state uses. Well, the state, and I'll argue and say the state funding formula for Navajo Nation does not consider our population. And that's why you see these huge discrepancies in terms of the livelihood of our communities and any type of state funding that comes down. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll coordinate that time next week.
Okay.
I love how we do next week, not knowing what next week looks like.
I know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I need a hologram like Princess Leia.
We just need to make it through Indian Day tomorrow, and then I'm like, oh, then I can
Oh, we'll be
focus on
fine.
everything else.
Just all hurt us into that standard area. Let me ask a question. Why are we not on the floor anymore? Remember, it used to be a joint session and they would give their talks on the floor in a joint session? Why are we now pushed into the rotunda?
Madam Chair, it's always been a two event thing. There's always been a rotunda event, but often you folks elect to be on the floor.
Right.
For a joint session. You can do either. I've been asking who wants to be on the floor and or not, but you can do the rotunda event.
But we used to talk on the joint session. Tribal leadership would talk to the.
They've done both. They've done both. So you have to decide if you want to be on the floor getting introduced. Not in a joint session.
I'm just gonna observe tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll be an observer. I'm not on the agenda. I'm fine. I mean, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, why aren't tribal leadership on that joint floor? Because we're here for Indian Day to talk to our legislatures about our priorities, because these are the issues we're talking about. So they need to hear us in the entirety, because what we're hearing from our legislatures who represent us, you know, if it's a state issue, yes. But we have that political relationship with the state and all the legislators should get us, is my stance. But we'll talk about that, and maybe now for next year, we could see how we could schedule that. At least the leadership, I think, in looking at that agenda, that we need to set the tone that, it's, that's my. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Page 14 of this, or I'm sorry, 44 of this packet is where you'll see the Navajo Nation's funding, when it talks about the grants or the capital outlay. Wayne, do you want to say anything before we close out? Okay. And do you know Wayne?
Yeah, well, I guess, just one comment, as we approach into a more collaborative effort, in setting up the program. I guess the next, meeting that we'll have established, a critical path on the project funding that we have. Looking at separation of low tiering, middle tiering, and high tiering. Those will give us kind of a good expenditure guideline for the next 3 quarters, for the second, third, and the fourth quarter. So it gives you some confidence on what we're gonna be approaching, how we're gonna approach this. So that's just my comments. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Alrighty, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lots.
Well, just as a closing comment, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, Honorable Claw, I know that, you're more than welcome to attend tonight at the reception.
Sure.
So, and Mexico Indian Affairs is sponsoring that at Hotel Santa Fe, so, we will be there. I think we missed one of our meetings right now, but, we default this time to you, Madam Chair. And, on behalf of, New Mexico Indian Affairs, thank you very much for allowing us. It's good to see you again. And, it's good to see you from our colleagues, and it's good to see you on Navajo. And be here with us. So again, if there's other discussion items that you would like for us still to follow up on, you're more than welcome to Jared Salata to email us and making sure that we can go ahead and get that done. So again, yeah. That.
Thank you. If you stay longer, we're gonna ask more questions.
That's what I'm trying to get out of here now.
Be well, take care of yourself, and we'll see you this evening.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, speaker.
Okay. You're good, thank you. Go ahead. Ms. Williams, so we're gonna come back after our break. So Ms. Williams has the floor, and then we have some slides if you need a copy or let us know. You have yours. I do.
Welcome to the Roundhouse, delegates, guests, and staff. I am going to give you a very basic outline of how this Roundhouse, which is the capital of New Mexico, works. When you are dealing with folks in this building on a government to government basis. We are in the second session of the 56th New Mexico Legislature. New Mexico was almost one of the last states to become a state. So we've had 56. I provide some dates that govern the business of the legislature. The last date that passed was yesterday, which was the deadline for introduction of legislation. There is a safety valve for legislators. They can file dummy bills, they're called, public safety, peace, welfare bills, and fill in things later, but they're placeholder bills. And those they had to file by yesterday, and apparently by the rules this year, each legislature could file 3. Each person could file 3 placeholder bills. So I think we have all the named bills that we're gonna get. And there are gonna be bills that are amended, and there's gonna be bills that are filled out, namely the capital outlay bill. Right now, it's a shell. And it will be filled in with backup of a couple hundred pages of documentation. The session ends February 15th, so we're 2 weeks out from the end of it, and any legislation not signed by the governor will be pocket veto, that's what we call it here, on March 6th. So she has to affirmatively sign something for it to come into law. So those are the dates that are governing this session. The New Mexico legislature, like the federal legislature, is a bicameral body. That means there's 2 houses, a Senate and a House of Representatives. And I know this sounds like civics because it kind of is. It was established in 1912 when New Mexico became a state. That's not that long ago. And that is only 44 years after the Treaty of 1868 was signed. So the state has not been a state for that long. And they've always had a relationship under the treaty with Navajo Nation, because the treaty superseded the creation of the state. There are 70 representatives in the House of Representatives and 42 senators. Each representative has about 30,250 constituents based on redistricting. That number has changed a little bit, but it's close. And each senator has about 50,000 constituents. And interestingly, there are no term limits for these elected positions. And some folks, notably John Pinto, was here for 50 years. I mean, he, as long as his constituents continue to elect him, he continued to serve. So the terms of the Senate are 4 years, and the terms of the representatives are 2 years, and they're all up for re-election this year. The House.
Oh, the House.
The House is. The Senate is more staggered. In even years, like this one, there's a 30-day budget session. And then in odd years, there's a 60-day session to consider substantive changes in the law. Substantive changes of the law can be considered in the budget session if they're considered to be germane. And generally that means that it's on the governor's list of priorities. This time it's public safety, so the gun bills are all on this session, or if it's determined to be germane. And usually it's found to be germane if there's an appropriation to it. because obviously we back right up to the budget with that, right? So this is a 30-day budget session. This is a regular session, and you'll hear about special sessions, and you'll hear people saying the governor needs to call a special session to deal with Children, Youth and Families Department, because that's a department that's getting not a lot of love right now, because there have been some children stuck in custody. The governor can call special sessions, outlining what will be discussed and what will be the focus of that session. And the legislature can call extraordinary sessions, which does not happen. But they could.
You wanna pause one moment, if I could give the floor, and if you could introduce yourself, Chaz, thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, I'm Senator Leo Jaramillo, and I represent New Mexico Senate District 5, which includes Rio Arriba, Sandoval, Santa Fe, and Los Alamos counties. I represent the Jicarilla Nation and two pueblos, Santa Clara and Okiawinge. And I came to tell you, ladies, that you have my support on what the Navajo Nation needs. You can count on me on being an ally and helping in any way that I can. Because we need to ensure that we work hard for communities of color and that we understand the needs in both Hispano and Native communities, and that we need to come together if we want to see change happen. And I came to just pledge my support and my loyalty to the Navajo Nation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shiyasha. Thank you. Appreciate that. So Senator, we're here, and we'll introduce ourselves, so say Kia'ani Neshlego, Viking people, Washington, Destiny, Deshiche, well, Irish people, Deshanella. Say, I'm Amber Tunis Balcrati. I come from Sheep Springs, which is on the Tushkai Mountain, so the northwest territories of New Mexico. And this is our speaker of the council, but there's 24 of the delegates, and Speaker Curley, may you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for coming by. My name is Kristen Lynn Curley, Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We do have 24 legislators within our council. I don't know if you had an opportunity to meet our president too in the roundhouse. Oh, yeah, I see it. So we are a 3-branch government, but the council does make the official positions of the nation. So, but right before you, you do have our priorities as the Navajo Nation. It does have subject matter areas of infrastructure, education, social services, health, and all along the lines. And there's our contact information on anything technical or anything that you would need to reach out to us to get our input. And we're there for that as that resource if you're making an important decision regarding to tribal nation, tribal communities. But we really appreciate you for coming by and saying that you are an ally to Navajo Nation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Shauna Ann Claw. I'm a delegate and I represent the community of Chinle, which is the home of a beautiful Canyon de Chelly and Spider Rock. But my mother is originally from Shiprock, New Mexico, and I have family in Sanasti as well. So I consider myself part New Mexican too. My family, all of them do live in Shiprock, and I'm the only one in Arizona. But I am part of the Resources and Development Committee, so we oversee land, water, air, and then also the enterprises. So it's very good to be here. You have a beautiful capital, and this is my first time here. And it's just been a wonderful experience thus far, just meeting our senators, our leadership here, and then hearing about all of the wonderful planning that's going on. And then thank you for your loyalty and your support. And on behalf of the Navajo Nation, we welcome that and we pledge ourselves to you as well. Thank you.
Ladies, if you don't mind, if I can just make 2 more comments, is Senator Pinto is not only one of my best friends in the Senate, but an ally that works hard with me. And there were times that we fought hard for our Native people. And so when we got something done that was of importance of every Pueblo, the Navajo Nation, the Jicarilla Nation, we celebrated with fry bread. And we did so because it reminded us who we fought for and why it meant something to us to do so. And when we went to take that bill on the floor, Senator blessed us in her Navajo language. I was able to do a blessing in Spanish because we came together understanding the importance of supporting and helping communities of color. And I just wanted to say that you have a very strong senator who's also my best friend. And when I need guidance, when I'm not sure, I lean towards the senator. And so my last request is, I'm known as the selfie king of the New Mexico Senate. And so your president did see me in the hallway and said, are we taking our selfie? I went into the chamber and I won't pull you away, but I'm wondering if the three of you, along with Senator Pinto and myself, can take a quick selfie before I let you continue your business.
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, wait, do you have a good filter?
I'm the only gay senator in New Mexico, so I've got us covered.
Well, let's do it then. Trying to, with House Bill 134, with the development of the education fund, we support that. We just want fair, equitable voice in the distribution. So we need that intern to work on it, and with the guidance of Senator Pinto, we'll do that.
Yes, and you got me help to make it. So this is my selfie arm.
Oh,
Ready?
Wait. There you go.
Ladies, thank you for your leadership.
One more right here.
Oh, sure. Oh.
You guys want to say it first?
Yeah.
I know.
Which
I'm
one?
gonna let it over
Okay.
here.
Try and hide the food here. So, here we go, man. Here we go. Looks good.
Right here, one more.
And what I failed to say is every Valentine's Day, Senator Pinto is my Valentine, so I send her flowers.
Well, there's a meme that says, spam and fried bread go together.
Are you calling me the spam? Cause I'll take it. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
For your leadership.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. I miss it. I'll get right. It's right behind me. Nice. Okay, pardon me, Miss.
No problem, we're back to our seventh grade civics lesson.
Yes.
Sorry, but you need to know this stuff because it's up to be information you're gonna need when you deal with folks. And the next facts I'm gonna give you is very different from your Arizona legislature. The Senate in New Mexico has 27 Democrats and 15 Republican members. So things happen here very differently than they happen in Arizona, where I think that those numbers are at least flipped and maybe even more skewed. The House currently has 45 Democrats and 25 Republican members. So both houses and the executive are controlled by the Democrats. That changes, but right now, the Democrats are in charge and so we work more closely with them, because they're in charge. So that's that. All legislation is assigned to committees by leadership. And the leadership is the pro tem of the Senate, which if the Lieutenant Governor, Howie Morales, is not in, the pro tem is Mimi Stewart, Senator Mimi Stewart. And we're gonna go meet with her pretty soon. And on the House side, they have a speaker, and that's Javier Martinez. And so we're gonna meet with him as well. They're both on the floor right now, managing bills. So all legislation is assigned to committees by leadership, by the pro tem or by the speaker. Committee members are assigned by leadership, and committee chairs are appointed by leadership. So leadership does a lot of directional and organizational tasks. All legislation dealing with Native American goes to two committees. The House has a Government Elections and Indian Affairs Standing Committee. It's HGEIC committee. That committee meets Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8:30 AM in room 305, which is just around the corner here. The chair of that committee is Wanda Johnson, a proud member of the Navajo Nation, and the vice chair is Natalie Figueroa, who is not Native at all. The Senate has the Indian Rural and Cultural Affairs Standing Committee, CIRC. is what it's called. That Senate committee meets Tuesdays and Thursdays at 9 o'clock in this very room. And our own Shannon Pinto is the chair of that committee. And Sarah, right behind me, is the legislative analyst for that committee. And so we work very closely with them on those bills that come to their committee. Legislation dealing with Native American issues goes to both of those committees on either side of the house. Right now, there's a rule that legislation can only be assigned to 2 committees on either side. So you can't kill a bill by giving it 5 committees in a 30-day session. So it's a protective mechanism to keep legislation moving. Legislation can be killed in committee in a number of ways. One is what we just talked about, multiple committee assignments can kill legislation because it just can't make it through one side, through the floor, through the other side, and through the other floor. And if it's amended, it has to go back to where it's been. So multiple assignments kill bills. Bills can also be killed in a committee by other ways, like amendments, which we may be seeing with House Bill 134, which was a stated concern of Representative Lente, that if you amend, it's going to kill the bill, and it's going to be your fault that there's not a tribal education trust fund. Not true, because the interim could have been a mechanism for getting the Navajo Nation's concerns expressed in the bill without having amendment at the last minute during the session. So also, bills can be tabled in committee and just sit. Bills can never be heard in committee. Yes, Speaker.
Yeah, colleagues, I know we have Chair Crotty and also Delegate Paul here. I think Stephen's still running around, Delegate Urbiso, but what we did also as well for each of the Senate and House members, we did give them like appreciation. So we worked with Speaker Bates back there. We got them all Matthew bags. So each of their desks on the floor right now, right?
Yes.
They all have those things that say from Navajo Nation Council.
The nappy bags were given out this morning. I think they were well appreciated. I think both Senator Pinto and Senator Shindo talked about them and about where they came from and why it's excellent.
So if you do hear say, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
They're coming or
they're in the bag.
Oh, they were in the bag. Okay, thank you. Good. Okay, so the committee structure is how legislation moves through this body, similar to your system, but they don't have a committee of the whole, like Nibikiate, that everything has to go through. The committees are more varied and work a little bit differently. Now, you're here as delegates, as representatives of a sovereign nation. That's a very special status up here. So as representatives of the Navajo Nation Council, you engage in sovereign to sovereign interactions with New Mexico legislators. I know that you've become well versed on what that means. You're not speaking for yourself. You're not speaking for a chapter. You are speaking with the voice of the Navajo Nation under Article 2 of the Navajo Nation Code. Your body is responsible for government to government relations. So you have a very weighty role here, and you're representatives of a tribal government, not yourselves when you're in the roundhouse. The roundhouse is round. So the House side is on the south side and the Senate side is north. They say that it was designed according to Native American principles, that there's not a front and a back and that kind of thing, that the roundness demonstrates the equality of all New Mexicans in this process. I don't know how true that is or not. I also know that the first landscaper hated the building, and so he planted so many trees and stuff around so no one could see it. And that's something you'll notice when you're outside. It's really hard to get a good view of the whole thing because the landscape guy didn't like it. So you know that under traditional Navajo law, that interactions are based not on power, but on relationships, respect, and mutual need. And that is not necessarily the attitude that you will be met with by Billigana, New Mexican legislators. So you might have to do some jujitsu in changing that interaction so that it's not just power-based but concentrate on relationships, respect, and mutual need, and reminding them of that. And I think that happened in the meeting that you had, like, wait, let's not lose sight of the fact that we should be acting in the best interest of New Mexican kids, not on whether you win this argument or we win this argument, or we all have the same focus. So those are the main things that I wanted to let you know. In my presentation, I included a way for you to follow bills. And since yesterday was the last day to file legislation, and we've been really tied up with 134, there are some new bills that aren't on my list yet. And you can sign up for My Roundhouse, which is a bill management thing. I think I've talked about signing up for that in the caucus meetings before. And the directions on how to do that are on this. And it's a really valuable tool. You'll find out where the bills that you care about or your chapters care about are in the legislative process. So you go to the New Mexico legislative website, you search for My Roundhouse on the homepage, you click register, you enter your email address, you enter your username, you enter your password, and then you can enter those bills that you want to get noticed on. And that's a really nice thing. You do get a less than 2-minute tutorial on how to use it, which is not a huge investment of time for what you get. You can track any bill from any session. So we can look back and say, hey, didn't Lente introduce this bill in a different form last session? And you can go back and see what happened to it and how we amended it last session or in a session 10 years ago. Because some things like the Four Corners freight line has been up here for 20 years. So you can see what's happened, where it gets killed, where it mutates, what the problems are with that bill. So it's a very valuable tool. You can track as many bills as you like. You can search by legislative topics. In fact, if you go on legislation, it says find legislation by sponsor, by number, by keyword. And this morning, for example, when Munoz said there's a sober living bill, I looked up sober living. There's no sober living bill that has those words in it. And so it's helpful to know that. Then I looked up Medicare and like 50 bills came up. So then I showed his assistant, like, which one of these is the one? And she's gonna get back with me on that. But so you can look up and there's a Native American affairs topic. So someone at Legislative Council Services decided what bills might be important on Native American issues. So you can create locators where you put particular things in your folder. You can track where bills are so that you can find out now whether a bill is at 8:30 tomorrow morning in a particular committee. So it's a very valuable tool. I want you to be able to use that. I want to talk about a couple of bills that aren't on our listing right now. The first is Senate Bill 252, which relates to a bill that's been introduced and that we've talked about regarding county and health and tribal health councils. He wants to change the name of the county and tribal health councils to regional health councils. I don't know if you guys care about that or not, but it deals with a bill that our friend Representative Allison is carrying to fund those tribal health councils.
Yeah, we have a supporting resolution.
Okay.
We drafted.
So do we care if the word tribal is taken out or not? You might have to decide if they're called regional councils and not, the focus isn't on tribal anymore.
Well, we'll just need clarification from the budget.
Okay,
I thought I saw Norman's LPA here.
okay.
We'll just have to ask Norman.
The next one that's of interest, we talked about a little this morning, which is the appropriation to the Public Education Department, PED, for students attending public schools in the Pueblo Zuni and the Navajo Nation. This is a bill carried by Senators Munoz and Pinto. And it asks an appropriation for $1 million to Zuni Public School District and $4 million to Central Consolidated School District and Gallup Gallup McKinley County School District. And he's told us this morning he has the money for that. Let's see if he has the support. And you heard him talk about why this is a better solution than this fund, which goes all kinds of places for all 23 tribes. So that's a bill that I think deserves supporting resolution. If you decide that by policy, it fits into your resolutions to get money to Navajo children in public schools. The next is Senate Bill 277, which is sponsored by Senator Linda Lopez, and it adds a tribal law enforcement representative to the governor's organized crime prevention commission. There isn't a tribal representative on that now, and I don't know what the organized crime problem is on tribal lands, but I can imagine it probably looks a lot like the rest of New Mexico. Especially.
491 is a major drug corridor.
Okay.
And 550, they even like fly down low hanging planes, so.
Well, this includes one tribal law enforcement representative. It doesn't say it should be Navajo, Pueblo, or how that person gets picked. I think that it's the person's designated by the governor, probably based on recommendations. So you might want to think about recommending somebody. The important thing about recommending people on these committees, which we have found, pick someone who will go.
Yes.
Because we've had TIF representatives from the Navajo Nation who don't attend.
Right.
And then we're not getting representation on those. You also have to pick someone who lives in New Mexico. And sometimes that's something that you don't think about because you don't view the world with the state line down the middle of the nation, but it has to be someone from New Mexico. So those are the bills that I'm going to include, add to my legislation of possible interest. And I'm happy to answer questions about how this place looks from the civics perspective. Thank you, Speaker Chair.
Thank you. So Shiag in the back, do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, Representative Martin.
Come and join us, representatives. Who was my buddy in Shiprock?
Hi, Representative Duncan. I stalked you for a couple days to get you to come up here, and I really appreciate you having your staff say, yeah, he'll be there.
We're doing a New Mexico legislation 101.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
And Representative Duncan, it's his first session, so. It is your second session.
Yes, ma'am.
So 101 is not that far off the mark, like what are we doing out there? How many people are doing it?
Some days.
So thank you for coming.
Appreciate it. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Mark Duncan, as I said, I represent San Juan County and Upper Fruitland chapter.
I have some good news, Representative.
All right.
Remember how we talked about your experience on a commissioner for San Juan County and now as a representative that you come together and pool your money and prioritize projects?
Yep.
We just had a great conversation with Senator Munoz and Senator Pinto was here. So we're gonna try to do that for Navajo Nation. So we appreciate that recommendation because our goal is to fully fund all of these projects. And so we'll look at what is the capacity of the state to fund, what can Navajo Nation fund, and then I can plan out then how the federal appropriation can help. And that's what we saw with our road Highway 160 or Highway 64. And the federal government was able to give us a disbursement of 60 million. So that helped us with this unmet need for that project.
Good.
Yeah, so how's your first session going?
The second session.
Second session.
I think 30-day session's worse than a 60-day session.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got up at 2:30 this morning and generally it's about 4 o'clock
Uh-huh.
and trying to study bills and
Oh, yeah.
keep one step ahead of, when we get to the floor.
Right.
So you go to bed studying bills, you get up in the morning, you study the bills before you go to your committee. You debate in your committee and ask questions, and you go to the floor and debate, and you get back to committee again, and then you come back to the floor and debate, probably starting a couple days from now. And then you go home and study your bills for a few hours, get 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and come back the next day.
Are there any bills that you think, are you sponsoring any bills that you would feel that we should know about? Because that's what we're going through right now, is we track the bills.
So I'm the sponsor of the mental health counselors in school.
Okay.
We rolled it yesterday. We're working on that bill right now. It won't be funded, but it's a starting point.
Okay.
And then the memorial I have is for a study by PED to determine what we need in our schools.
Right.
So, I mean, we need them in mid school and high school.
Right.
Does it have a bill number yet?
Yes.
Sure does.
We'll find it.
I was gonna say, I have no idea what it is right now. It's 70, HB 70.
And your memorial, do you know that number by chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Is it the mid-school counselor bill, or is it the big
The
bill?
whole thing. Yeah. 38 million. So we asked for.
Well, thank you, Representative, for dropping by. My name is Crystal Curley, Speaker of the 25th Nomination Council. And we are here with my colleagues. I know some are here on campus, and we also have some of our program managers, division directors within our executive branch site. So we're here with our caucus. Our caucus leader is Delegate Amber Kiswat-Crotty. But I'll have Delegate Shauna Ann Paul first introduce herself, and then we can go straight to our discussion.
So let me just tell you funny this morning. So, and I told Speaker Bates this.
Yeah.
So we're sitting there and everybody has a blue bag except for Representative Allison.
Oh.
He introduces the cookie and I go,
Oh, yes.
there's pinto beans, there's cornmeal, so I stood up and said, hey, this is just a lot of the things that NAPI grows. And this is what can be freighted out on a freight line.
Right.
And so we talked about, he came up to me, and I didn't have a blue bag. We were chuckling about it. He might be the only one in the building that didn't have one.
We'll have to go back to our courier company, Bait Incorporated, and find out about that.
Bates freight.
Bates Freight.
It's pretty funny.
Maybe they did that on purpose.
HM 23.
Is that what it is? Okay.
We'll find out. Well, can we make sure Representative Allison gets a bag? We're working on an amendment on House Bill 134.
Oh, well, good afternoon, Representative Duncan. My name is Shauna Ann Paul, and I am a neighbor to you, I would say. My mother's from Shiprock, so I do have family in Kirtland and Fruitland, Sonosti. But I'm really awesome. Yeah, I have a few relatives that live there. But this is my first time coming here, and I'm also a new delegate. I represent the community of Chinle, Arizona, one of the big 3 on Navajo. And then also I sit on the Resources and Development Committee. So we had some engaging conversations today with New Mexico Department of Transportation, having that capital outlay, and then also just some possibilities for funding. But we're very thankful that you're here today, and it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Good to meet you as well.
So
Senator, how are you?
I'm good. So the redistricting, I have up to the Colorado border. So the plat is part of mine. Kind of like goes around the line like this and then comes back up. But not into Farmington, but very close to Farmington.
Yep.
So, another representative that I have in my district.
Wonderful. So Representative, you do have a binder before you. It does outline the official position of the Navajo Nation in regards to the Mexico legislative priorities. So if you could take a glance or any type of questions answered. I know right now we're doing an amendment right now.
I think
for
they're doing a
HB
lawyer's job.
Yeah, yeah. HB 134. One of the urgent bills that we're tracking is HB 134. It does create the trust fund for education in we, Navajo Nation supports the trust fund. However, we're still, we're in opposition of how the distribution is gonna be set out. So there's language in that bill that say the task force will be comprised of this many tribal leaders or just many. So overall, Navajo Nation said we want to have an equal participation within our funding. So just reflecting on our student counts. I know Navajo overwhelmingly goes over attendance rate of over 70%. That's within the public schools. So we want that trust fund to reflect that.
Okay.
So right now, the way the bill's written, it doesn't reflect. So right now, we're helping create that amendment to strike out the task force. And hopefully we come back down to the table and have some type of discussion on how that funding distribution can be included. So that
It doesn't happen in your chamber, it's gonna happen.
No, you'll have my support on that. I mean,
Okay.
it's not fair to give everybody an equal share when you have the most students in your nation and you have a few in your Pueblo and wherever, so. I agree. No, I was just.
So we're gonna try to transition to the other committee members.
Yes.
I think there's
311.
more seats in there. I think there's.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Nice to see you.
Council delegate up to take care of this amendment.
I wanna see how that amendment works out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're just trying to uncouple the creation of the fund from the issues that